don't like. Listen, Art, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
you gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
And I'm doing this episode on Delano Squire's book that I still have not gotten. It's unfortunate. I've just read I've read some reviews and I've seen a few interviews with him. It's in the mail. I wanted to get this out because I think he's right in important ways on the interviews I've seen, and I'm going to play this clip and then talk about why he's right and also why his arguments are unfortunate, but his conclusion is correct, and his conclusion is important. And if you watch this show at all, you'll realize this is a conclusion that you've heard me articulate before. So let me give you Delano Squire's argument for why children have a right to be raised by those who sired them, by the man and woman who actually produced them.
Outside of extenuating circumstances, every child has a right to the affection, the protection, the connection, the correction, and the direction of the one man and one woman who created him or her. And that right is best exercised in a loving, low conflict household with a married mom and dad. That if you were to boil down my book into 2 sentences, that would be it. I reject any framing, and I can name some authors who will make these arguments that families are good just as long as moms and children have enough resources.
Right. The question is, why is the union of marriage or the institution of marriage the vehicle that they must do, or that you see as a kind of moral requirement in your formulation?
Well, I mean, I could certainly take a moral perspective. I mean, I say in the book, I'm a Christian, a husband, and a father before anything else in that order. I could cite scripture, or I could just go to nature, outside.
So Squires is right. Children do have a right to be raised by those who created them. And his argumentation is unfortunate because it either goes from nature or it goes from the Bible. And you can't have an argument from nature because nature does not respect your rights. Nature is not about right. You cannot go to a tiger and say, I have a right to my arm, don't eat it, and expect the tiger to recognize your right. Nature does not recognize rights. Nature does not realize rights. Cancer is natural, as is teeth decay and my myopia. So this whole idea that you can find rights in nature is foolish. However, rights do exist not through nature, but through reason and meaning. And the idea that rights exist through religion is a little bit dubious, if for no other reason than religion can be right and wrong about a lot of things, right? And it's if you're talking about rights as realization of freedom, then you don't act, if you're doing something because if it's a religious a dogma, you don't know why you're doing it. You're acting on faith. By definition, you're acting on faith. And so it's not really you that's acting, it's you who's choosing to obey. But if you're just choosing to obey someone, you can't expect other people to choose to obey someone else. If you're just choosing to obey something that you don't understand, you can't just expect other people to choose to obey something that neither of you guys understand and call that freedom, right? So you have a right to your faith, but you can't expect your faith to be realized in public policy. Because you can't expect other people to go along with something they don't understand.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. Happy Monday, as happy as a Monday can be. If, as you wander in here, please make sure you hit the like button. If you hear the replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you check us out. We may be your cup of tea. We may not be. And funny, apparently 3 or 4 people felt this was not their cup of tea, and bon voyage to them. I speak my mind here, and it is okay if it's not the way someone else would speak their mind. Perfectly fine. So we need some substitutes, folks. Irony, I don't know. This is in my opinion, it's kind of a weak analysis. Bottom line, this point about you can't expect other people to, Christians can't expect other people to have their faith or base public policy on faith. I don't know whether he watches the news a lot or keeps up with the talking heads. Christians in America absolutely expect public policy to be based on Christianity. You hear it almost daily. So where Irony, I don't know where he gets the idea that you can't. People do daily. The other thing is, and I'm not a formally trained philosopher, but if there are 2 paths to getting to the same conclusion, does that make either path valid as long as you get there? I would almost say it is. As long as we're getting to the same conclusion, what route someone else takes to get to the conclusion we agree upon. Yeah, I may have problems with the means, but in this case, it's not that important. Whether you're religious or not, we all know that families raise the best children. Now, it is kind of up in the air whether say a broken family, to use a term, raises the same quality of kids on average as intact families. In my opinion, and I have a little bit of personal experience with this, if you wind up being a single parent, you kind of have an idea what might be missing in the child's life, and that single parent has to compensate for it. I had to compensate for lack of a, female motherly presence in my son's life. So, I knew it beforehand, so I made compensations. You can raise a perfectly fine kid, because there is no such thing as perfect parenting. A 2-parent home statistically will produce better results as far as kids, child rearing, that sort of thing, but it's not a guaranteed. People need to actually kind of deal with exceptions and accept exceptions to the rule, because there are plenty of them. Oh, and by the way, let's see, I said hit the like button, subscribe to the show, support the show by supporting the host. And I forgot to credit our executive producers, but I'll do that presently. What's up there, Beef and Brock? Let's see. Have you up? Well, I'm glad you up them. Good to see you, Beef and Brock.
And as a matter of faith, it's something you don't understand. And this becomes very clear when religion, obviously, and religious doctrine goes obviously against the pursuit of truth. And there's a famous speech by W.B. Du Bois. He gave, and I want to say 1930 at, this might be, maybe it's the 1908 speech. He gave at Fisk. God, it's either Fisk or Hampton. I think it's Fisk, and where he talked about Galileo Galilei. And if you just type in Galileo Galilei and Du Bois, you'll get it. Where he talked about Galileo Galilei, like making all of these huge innovations and inventions that for the betterment of physics and really clarifying our understanding of matter and motion in a meaningful way. But at the end of his life, he went up and repudiated the idea that the earth revolves around the sun and said, like, obviously the sun revolves around the earth, because he wanted to keep his life. And so he went up and his religious doctrine put him at against or adverse to his commitment to the truth. And W.B. Du Bois says that actually when you do that, when you go for religious doctrine as opposed to your commitment to the truth, what happens is you actually undermine the foundations of society in a deeper way than any of your contributions can make up for. Because what's more fragile and what's more hard won is our society's commitment to truth. We'll figure out the material science. But as soon as we give up our commitment to truth and embrace the sham for personal gain, then our society is actually more degraded than if we just didn't have the newest technological advance. All right, so that's W.B. Du Bois's argument for why religious doctrine is not always the same as the truth, right? So the good news is Delano Squires is on the truth when he says that children have a right to be raised by their family.
Oh, by the way, you know what? I didn't have on my glasses, beef. You say you up thumbed. Yes, you did, and gave a down thumb. Did you up thumb or down thumb? I'm absolutely confused. But the one thing, just on that topic, the one thing that's so interesting is that even down thumbs are engagement with the show. That's why they don't show down thumbs from your end. That you hit a thumb, that's a positive. So thank you for engaging with the show. And again, good to see you there, Beef.
Children have a right to be raised by their family. And, you know, I can't expect Squires to have all of the arguments. Plus, he's paid by the Heritage Foundation to make this argument, but it's the right argument. I mean, but it's the right conclusion. I wish, you know, the left would give me more money to make this argument a little bit better, right? Children do have a right to be raised by the people who created them, whose acts, whose intention.
Okay, Irony, I don't know what is going on here. The left would give you money. Delano Squires wrote a book. Why don't you write a book? You will get money for writing the book if the book is good enough. This is kind of a daft argument. Don't know where this is going.
Acts created them, knowingly created an underdeveloped and underdetermined creature. They're a proto agent. And they're a proto agent insofar as they only attain agency like once they're appropriately mature, and they're only appropriately mature if they've been raised in a unified household and been developed in a unified manner into an agent that's not just, you know, that's actually self-determining. Right? So when you're born, you're not born a self-determining agent. You're born proto-self-determinant. You're proto-free. You get your freedom through your membership through historical institutions. We're not creatures. I'm giving you the good argument. We're not. It's going to be a little bit longer and a little bit more intellectually rich, but it's going to be better than Delano Squires' argument. When you're born proto-free. You're not really free, just like you're not fully cooked, as it were. You don't determine your needs. You don't determine how those needs are met, and you don't even actually do it. Even if you could decide that I want milk, I want breast milk, you can't lift your arms to get that boob in your face. All of it's a team effort. Your realization of freedom is a team effort. We're not merely animals. We're animals that can reflect and decide what we want to be in our lives, as opposed to a squirrel that can only be a squirrel. I'm replying to something in chat. He said, like, we're not animals. Yes, we're animals, but we're animals who can reflect and decide what we want to be. So we're not merely animals. And that's important because our self-determination is about that ability to reflect and decide based on our knowledge of ourselves and the world and our historical situation, what we want to be, that like lions can't do. So the baby's freedom, the baby's particularization, the baby's awareness of their needs, of awareness of how to meet their needs, of the particular ways to meet their needs, and even the activity of meeting their needs is all a family project. And I did a video on this, I want to say last year or 2 years ago, on spelling the bee. And that's a documentary on Netflix about the spelling bee and how Indian American families have dominated it because they understand it as a family project. It's not like a kid going up and spelling the words. No, it's the whole family coming together and strategizing about how to get that kid into the spelling bee. It's as much a family project as Tiger Woods' success was a family project, or Lonzo Ball's success was a family project, or the Jackson 5's success was a family project. It wasn't just about Michael. It was a family project realized through Michael, and everyone contributes individually, but it's the family projectness of it that makes it actually real. That it's particularized through as a family project. And in the absence of a family, then you get the proto-human just kind of in the wild or in the market, and the market then predates upon that child. Right. So the market wants you to believe that families don't matter and that children don't have to listen to their parents, and instead are free now to be distorted by whatever marketing they can put in that kid's face. And the market wants to convince parents that they don't actually have to parent themselves, don't have to connect or their child. Rather, they can pay institutions. What they should do is make money and then pay institutions to raise your children. That's what the market wants. It turns out that's not particularly great for children, but it's great for the market, right? So why do kids have a right, as a matter of their freedom, to be raised in this kind of unified household? Well, part of freedom is knowing what you're doing. You have to know what you are and what you want to do, and then be able to realize and do it. And part of knowing what you are is being part of a unified household. I'll say it again. Part of knowing what you are is being part of a unified household. You know how I can see Orthodox Jewish children? They're in an Orthodox Jewish household, being raised by the Orthodox Jewish household, and like in a community that upholds that household. Do you know why my kids, play soccer, swim, play instruments? It's because they are in this household, and in this household, we play soccer and play instruments and do well in school. Like, their activities are governed by their membership in this household. And those activities then become properties of them. Because they play soccer, because they play instruments, because they do well in high school, they are scholars, soccer players, and musicians. Like, that's what they are because of the particular household that they're in, right? Now, if I was split in this household and for some reason they only had me for 3 days, they would not be much of those things. They would only be 3.5 days. They would not be much. They would not be very good soccer players. They would not be very good musicians, and they would not be very good scholars. Or if they were, it wouldn't be in an intentional unified project of the household. It would be a happy accident between myself and I guess my ex-wife. But we would never do that to kids. And, we love each other, so we would never do that to each other. But the idea that kids can have a unified sense of self while living in disparate households who have, as a matter of principle, irreconcilable differences and no need to communicate with each other to reconcile how the upbringing should happen is ridiculous. It's a practical schizophrenia. I say it's a practical schizophrenia because it's not just in the kid's mind. It's actually in their activities. At one house, they're made to live a certain way, and in another house, they're made to live another way. So, like, it's not about resources. It's about conceptual unity. It's about conceptual unity. And even if you're raised with a single parent, you might have the conceptual unity, you might have the semblance of conceptual unity. However, what you have is a kind of tyranny because there's no check on that single parent. 1. 2, you have a floating authority out in the world a floating parental authority. You have a floating parental authority that can never be brought into the fold. And what says, plenty single parents have raised outstanding athletes and musicians, not skill ones. Like, it's been an accident insofar as they raise skill ones, because skill ones, you need to practice every day. You can't have this like split household. Like, we'll see. We're seeing it even in the NBA. I think the top 10 NBA draft picks this year came from two-parent households, or ones where like the father was very involved, because it takes a unity of purpose in the family life in order to do this. And you can't have a floating authority. You can't have split households because you don't have unity of purpose, and you can't have a floating authority out there that can at any point in time undermine the authority of the household. So you don't want floating authority, and you don't want bifurcated authority. You want unified authority, but you don't want tyranny. So you don't want a single person. You want a kind of divided governance of two parents. And those are.
Let me address Brian's point here. Brian Nichols says Irami thinks like a conservative, and I actually beg to differ. He thinks like a thinker. By no means is everything he thinks and expresses the final word. Just listening to what he's talking here, there are questions and, in my opinion, some holes in this argument. Maybe, it's a YouTube show. He can't deal with every detail. That's why it'd be good to have an interlocutor. However, conservatives by no means have a lock on how to think. And funny enough, MAGA is not a conservative movement. Sometimes people are rather vague when they talk about what a conservative is in American politics or in an American political context. Left, right, conservative, liberal, they could mean a myriad of things depending on context. Most of the people, at least my experience on YouTube, who consider themselves conservatives have no fucking clue what a conservative is. Like, I've heard people like C Moore or CT or people like that go, well, being a liberal, yuck. I'm not a liberal. They have no clue what a liberal is. That doesn't make them conservative. Half of them have not even read a conservative book or thinker or anything like that. I think of somebody like Knightish, who says he's neither left nor right. He's something or another, I guess, middle of the road. Boy, he literally, it's so funny. Knightish is one of the more clueless people I can think of on YouTube when he talks politics. Anton Daniels calling himself a conservative is fucking hilarious. He's got to be the dumbest conservative on YouTube. And I could go on. Thinking like a conservative, most of the people who think they're conservative on YouTube that I run across, by no means do I know everybody that's on YouTube, but in my little limited experience in this little segment or corner of YouTube, most of the people who think they're conservative, they're just ghetto. They're anti-ghetto values. That doesn't necessarily make you conservative. But who knows? I could be wrong as well.
The two parents whose intentional actions actually brought that child into being. So those are the two parents who actually determine that uncooked child, because that's what babies are. Marketing will tell you that kids have their own desires and aspirations and agency. But that's because they know that they can contort the kids' fundamentally underdeveloped desires, and they want to contort the desires as opposed to having the family realize the desires. And when the family realizes the desires, you can say, well, that's just the family living through the children. No, the family are the children. The parents are the children. The children cannot be separated from their parents conceptually. So it's not as if the parents are living through the children. It's that the parents' lives now include the children. Like what it is to be the parent's lives is what it is to be the parent includes the child, and what it is to be the child is not emancipated from their family. This is not Tarzan. What it is to even Tarzan, like it's important that he grew up a certain way and was from a certain family. So what it is to be the child is to be the child of a particular family. And this is a matter of conceptual understanding.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to listen to this. It is kind of interesting. But to Brian's point here, this weird notion he has about liberals want to destroy. If you will recall some statistics, Brian, some of these well-to-do liberals have high marriage rates. Their kids wind up doing better on average than, even poor whites. A lot of people who remember the term limousine liberal, with these limousine liberals stay married and have high performing kids. So what exactly do liberals want to destroy? I need you to help me out here. I would venture to say that, the more affluent liberals have as much success with marriage and kids as affluent conservatives. And in my experience, living in places like Northern Virginia, they live in the same neighborhoods and they get along. So just help me out here with what liberals want to destroy the relationship between men. Nah, you're pretty much wrong there. That's that Fox News shit that's just reactionary. It's not true to life, nor is it critical thinking. So keep trying. I understand you're buying the patriotic MAGA Fox News thing. The reality is it's small c conservative, and your Democrat voting upper middle class family, white and black for that matter, they tend to be conservative, small c conservative. They stay married longer. Their kids tend to do better.
And that's what you need, a conceptual argument, because you're saying that the children have a right as a matter of their freedom, not like as a matter of like some external dictate. So it needs to be like a right that.
Yeah. Once again, Gramsci means nothing. Bringing Gramsci into this argument is that James Lindsay bullshit. Dude is a weirdo. I don't think that James Lindsay's a conservative. He's like fringe. He might call himself a conservative, but he's not really. He's just a fucking culture warrior who tends to be kind of fringe with some of the stuff he's talking.
They understand. It needs to be understandable and intelligible. And what I'm saying is that you don't have an intelligible child who's abstracted from the family. You don't have an intelligible 12-year-old. If you think that all 12-year-olds are the same regardless of families, you are ridiculous. Not in any meaningful way. Families are so monstrously different that a 12-year-old in one family is not the same 12-year-old in a different family, like in a profound way. And that is appropriate. That is appropriate because in order to be a healthy 12-year-old, you had to have already been on the road to a particularization. and you're particularized by their family. It's your family that decides what you need, how those needs are going to be met. And it's even the family in there working with you to do it. Like it's a joint activity. It's a joint activity. All children's activities are conjoined activities. Nothing meaningful they do on their own. They're all conjoined activities, immediately conjoined activities. And if you don't believe that, you just are probably a bad parent or on your way to being a bad parent. Like everything my kids do, we do. Everything that matters, everything that's meaningful, everything that's going to sustain. And if they didn't, and if it wasn't the case, they would be behind in everything. And if you're not raising your family like my family with that kind of intentionality, then your kids are going to get eaten by my kids. Like that's a problem. And there are a lot of institutions that want you to screw up your family, want you to phone it in, want you to think that the unity doesn't matter and that it's all about resources. It is not all about resources. It's about conceptual unity. We are these kinds of people. This is what we do. In this household, this is what it means to be an Ose Frimpong. You cannot do that with a bifurcated family. And so you're enforcing a practical schizophrenia because you're doing different activities at one house and different activities at the other. And any unity between those two activities is accidental. It's not built on reasoned unity. It's happenstance. And when you do that, it's a recipe for existential dread, but also you're saying that nothing matters. You're saying that, or that you're saying that pretty much that you're all alone and you're just throwing them to the market. Because when you talk about splitting up a really reconcilable
this is about the time. Maybe I'll skip ahead. Irony's just kind of drifting in a way that, to be honest, makes no sense. Divorce happens, and instead of like saying divorce shouldn't happen, how about let's work on how do we deal with the reality that divorce does happen. A lot of people fall into this preaching a homily over what should not be happening, et cetera, et cetera. He's not solving problems. He's describing problems and saying, there shouldn't be problems. So it gets boring eventually. We'll listen to a couple more minutes and then we'll move on. I don't think he tends to, drift in the last half of these long talks. So he's probably in his drifting mode and it generally doesn't get better.
The kid has to reconcile them. But I think it's the parents' job to reconcile them, not just wash their hands, take the cross off themselves and put it right on the child. Right. So Delano Squires is right about the kid's right for a unified household to be raised by those people who sired him and who birthed them, who created them, and unless you have some sort of extenuating circumstances, are committed to loving him the most. Right. And so they can, as Christopher Leish argues in, what's the book? Haven, the Heart Haven. Christopher Leish. Hold on, this is important. Leish Haven.
And let me help you with this last little bit here. Liberals want to destroy all Western borders. Nah, I don't even know what that means. In national unity, sorry. What the MAGA right wants to do is enforce national unity, probably by violence and or intimidation. And that's what MAGA wants. Liberals just want to do what liberals want to do. Now, I'm not going to say that there aren't people on the left who want to enforce, what they want on the country. But that's when I talk about extremes and left populism versus right populism, populism tends to want to enforce. They want, forms of autocracy or demagoguery. But no, liberals want nothing. That you're just doing that Fox News bullshit, which is amusing, but tends to just be hyperbolic.
Haven in a heartless world. The family is the cauldron. The family is a cauldron through which its love and discipline actually realizes a particular person who is more real than the person who doesn't have a unified family. The person raised up in institutions. Have you met people raised in group homes? It's not the same. They are not okay. They do not know who they are in the same way. They have a lot of confused ideas about a lot of things. So, all right. So, I'll take this chat right now. What's your views on corporal punishment of children, and why do black folk cling to it so much as discipline? I think for the most part, it's unimaginative. But depending on the cultural context, I'm actually fine with it because look, MLK, Daddy King beat the shit out of MLK, and I don't know if MLK would be MLK without that, right? And he still, I don't know if he would have been taking the beatings from the cops. So I'm not a fan of it just because I think it's artless, and in some ways it's uncreative and lazy. But if your child only deals with immediacy and can only understand immediacy, then I guess that's where we are, right? So I don't think that's the biggest deal. I don't think it's the biggest deal. Like I don't have a problem with Joe Jackson. I don't have a problem. I think there are other problems. I think sometimes, I think most of the time it's lazy. I think it's worse when you're so averse to corporal punishment that you don't correct your child and you just let the child decide everything. I think that's a quality of deficient parenting that is worse. It's worse. So I don't think, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's non-ideal, and I worry more about the lack of skill development in general. Like I said, I coach cross country, and half my black boys couldn't tie their shoes. So if I ran into a black boy who learned how to tie a shoe because his parents beat it into him, I think that might be better than just not developing their skills at all. And if those are the options, then I'll take.
Really?
I'll take.
Wait, hold it. So, the boy has broken bones, but he can tie his shoes. This is the fucking hyperbolic stuff that I just find so annoying with irony and, just people on YouTube in general. I'm sorry. It is not better to beat your kid to teach him how to tie his shoes. The beatings will cause other problems. This is, like I said, this shit just tends to be stupid. So we'll listen to a few more minutes of this and then we'll move on.
Who correct physically then, right? So I think it's uncreative but appropriate. So the conceptual unity is what is lost with divorced parents or shacking up parents, right? Because if it's just shacking up, then what you have is an accidental unity. it might be shacking up and it might go along. They might happen to agree, but there's no stable agreement. There is no stable agreement, and that means there's no stable child. There's no stable unit at any point. Even the child doesn't know it. At any point, that child's life could be bifurcated, and what used to be meaningful could be rendered irrelevant. Right? So, like I said, if at one house you're like a serious swimmer, but 3 days a week you go to another house where you're not 3.5 days of a week, you go to another house where the parent doesn't really care about getting you to swim practice, then guess what? You're not a serious swimmer. What are you then? Not that. And then if we start taking away these particularizations, pretty soon you end up being nothing, because what it is to be anything is to be a particular kind of thing. And the more rigorously you are the kind of thing that you are, the more of a thing you are. Right? So you got a lot of kids who are floating nothings, just creatures of the markets, zombies, because their parents don't give them direction and content. And they don't want to give their kid particular content, or they'll allow the kid to pick their own particular content. But since a kid doesn't have the stamina because they're a kid, we'll let them quit that particular content. So you get a kid who's a dilettante, and if you're a dilettante, that means, once again, you are nothing. Right? So in order to be something, that means you're something particular. In order to be something particular, you need to come from a unified household. And because these particularizations that you attain in a unified household work together kind of like a DNA model, like a double helix, they work together both like, you're the kind of person who wakes up at this time. You're the kind of person who does these chores. You're the kind of person who does this activities. All of this, all these accumulation of particularizations that are dictated by your family membership, like work together in both like tertiary structures and in complex orders to make you the unified person that you are. Like your family is your cultural DNA. And a good family has the habits of passing down itself as cultural DNA. I do this because I expect my kids to actually, one of the reasons I do this is I expect my kids to actually watch this video. And I will be honest, I will ask all of my kids to sit down and watch this video with anyone they think that they're going to have kids with. And they will watch it. Like, I'm putting together a legacy for anyone who's going to date my daughter. This is the Negro you're dealing with in terms of a father. This is what I expect. This is what it means to deal with an Osei Frimpong. And if you're not up to that, you go on. You're going to meet someone else. That's fine. So it's not what Squires is right about is that it's not necessarily about the excess resources of having a unified parent. It's not a resource argument because that's external to the conceptual unity. It's about having a unified purpose and a unified authority over disciplining and correcting and giving content to that child. It's about the conceptual unity as opposed to conceptual fragmentation. Because if the child is conceptually fragmented, either by spending 3 days in this sort of practical activity and 3 days in that sort of practical activity, or by having some sort of floating authority that's off screen, but at any point in time can come in by some abandoned parent, then, or some unity that's just kind of shacking up, that's contingent. That's contingent, not intentional, but just happens to be unified. Then it's a recipe for a practical schizophrenia, when none of the kid's activities actually matter because the two people who have authority over that kid and deciding what matters, like, can have antithetical practical dictates. Like I said, if at one house, one parent says, in one house, you're living in a world where you have screens everywhere, and in another house, you're living in a world where there are no screens. There are no screens, and you're in bed by 7. What you have is just practical schizophrenia as a child. This is also a soft case for monogamy. Yeah, this is a soft case for monogamy. It's less important if there aren't children involved because the children are the realizations of the unity. And if you break up the unity, you're actually just making less of a person. You're making more of an animal. Like, you're actually undermining their personhood. In the same way that the condition of slavery made the slaves less realized people. The condition of the split household makes the kid less of what they are, of what they could be. It retards their growth in a meaningful way. It retards their growth in a meaningful way. And make no mistake, in under chattel slavery, we did lose a bit of our humanity. We got it back in a few different ways, but we are not unscarred. We are not unscarred. So the case for why children have a right to be raised in a unified household, in a household unified by marriage, is because children are underdeveloped, and that means under particularized, and they get their particularization through their membership in a family. And if that family is fractured, they never actually attain a unified particularization. They retain fractured particularizations, or particularizations that cannot be reconciled because the parents have irreconcilable differences. And in that case, the kids end up being fodder for the market, because the kids end up having to make their own decisions with an untutored, undeveloped mind about how to reconcile them, how to reconcile their lives. Pray for Nick Cannon's kids. Yeah. So Nick Cannon's kids will have all of the resources, but a lot of like random authority, floating authority, because Nick Cannon will drop some wisdom, and then dip. And that's not particularly great for the kids, because that wisdom might not be the same as the mother's, right? So I'm not a huge fan of floating authority. None of the particularity, none of the cohesion, right? Like, I don't know what you guys think winning is, but it's not split custody. Like, anything that your kid can only do 3.5 days a week, like, depending, is not going to get them ready to be the kind of thing they need to be, relative to my kids who live their life every day. And I'm not just talking about sports or academics. Although if one of the parents is serious about school, it doesn't really matter how serious that parent is about school if the other parent is just giving them like drugs and screens and nonsense all the time. All right? So but particularity has to be unified. It needs to be a cohesive particularity. And this is why I joke. It's like, it's okay if you're an Orthodox Jew or a Mormon or a Christian or a Muslim. But it's the people who dabble in everything and are nothing and aren't really wrestling with anything in a meaningful way. Those are the people who are dangerous. It's the people who haven't particularized who are dangerous, who will undermine the particularization and the realization of any of the kids, of any of our kids. And you need to grow in this particularization. And as you grow into maturity, you will actually be able to choose which particularizations you take on as your own. But you need to do that from a place of development of a particularization. Or you won't have the critical capacities not to be just succumbed by the market. This is why people in Orthodox religions can participate in markets without becoming market creations. People in Orthodox religions, like, I don't know, Mormons or Jews or Muslims, they can participate in market without becoming market creations, which is dangerous because sometimes they participate in markets in a way that's not good for other people, right? So you have a lot of You'll have Jews deciding which gangster rap is like fed to the Black community, and that's not great, right? So, kids have a right to a particular cohesive household, and that's not a matter of the Bible, and that's not a matter of nature. It's a matter of the conditions of understanding what it is to be free, because in order to understand what it is to be free, you need to understand yourself. You need to understand the world around you, but you can't have that understanding, and you won't actually be a self if you're not unified in your practical activities and your understanding of your practical activities. And that's what you get in a child. But once again, commercial society doesn't want you to have a good family. They profit from you being underdeveloped, and that way you're just more of a fodder and
Yeah, we'll go ahead and end it here. One thing that you kind of have to know about Irami, he tends to be a progressive, more like a DSA type. Not exactly, but a lot of DSA types tend to see problems with liberalism as a kind of a philosophy, as a way of life. They basically find conservatives less problematic than liberals. And the problem with that is that they tend to forgive a lot of things that conservatives will do. In a way, they're no better than, hey, we see these one or 2 points we agree with. They're useful idiots. Let's just go ahead and prop them up and trash liberals. If he thinks that MAGA in particular, but conservatives in a broader context aren't creatures of the market, if he thinks conservatives push good family values, he is really off base here. In a way, it's almost like he has an agenda. Conservatives are not conservative in a European sense. They're basically all about economics and that sort of thing. Trump is the perfect example. He cares about America because he wants America to be a piggy bank for him and his friends. And, those who agree with his philosophy, I guess you would call it, it can be profitable for them too. Vote for me and I will give you no tax on tips, that sort of shit. So believe me, if Trump could get away with just MAGA voters having no tax on tips, he would attempt it. He's just that kind of guy. He's not a unifier. He is basically the wedge that's driving America apart. And to Brian Nichols' point, liberals want to attack Western values. Trump has been assaulting American norms, American democratic norms, pretty much since he's been in office. Definitely his second term, but his first term too. Dude is the most destructive force in America as far as any sort of national unity. He has programmed the Brian Nichols of the world to actually think that it's the liberals that are driving America apart. Basically, what Trump is saying, hey, these libs won't capitulate to what I want, therefore they are the problem. And it's really the expectation that people who disagree with you capitulate. That's the problem. That is a democratic norm that he seems to be weaponizing the Justice Department in particular to combat. So there we go. Stop blaming liberals when Daddy Trump is the wedge that's driving America apart. And it's very obvious if you'll wake up and stop watching Fox News. What's up, Chocolate Earth? So let's move on to some actual news. It was some good points brought up by Irony, but he's tended to drift of late into things that are just kind of they raise more questions than those questions being asked. So let's see what we got here. Iran and U.S. agree to halt attacks and renew talks, Axios reports. All I have to say is Trump is not winning. It's like whenever he pisses off or Israel decides to go off the reservation, Iran just closes the Strait of Hormuz and fucking just does what it wants to do. Trump cannot control Iran, and apparently neither can Netanyahu. Why do they still have shit to fire at Bahrain and other places? I thought Trump and the U.S. military had this under control. What's up with this? So it says here, on Sunday, yesterday, the United States and Iran agreed to stand down for now and allow ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz following several days of military exchanges, a U.S. official told The Hill. Why isn't the U.S. Navy controlling the Strait of Hormuz? Because they can't. Tensions escalated over the weekend as Iran warned of strait restrictions Friday. U.S. Central Command carried out strikes on Saturday, and Iran launched retaliatory strikes against Kuwait and Bahrain on Sunday. Technical talks regarding the Memorandum of Understanding remain on track, with American and Iranian officials scheduled to meet Tuesday in Doha, Qatar, for further discussions on the MOU signed earlier this month. U.S. stock futures traded higher late Saturday, offering economic relief after the 4-month war stressed the global economy and raised gas prices in the United States. Despite the reported pause, Iran has not publicly confirmed the agreement, and President Trump previously warned of additional military action if Iran strikes continued. Yeah, they don't care. Apparently, they can just fucking strike back. So the time for being a hero has long passed, President Trump. You are a hanger-on, and Iran is controlling U.S. Foreign policy or war policy right now. What would a Brian Nichols say to? I think Trump is just not in control of this situation, and neither is Hegseth, neither is J.D. Vance, neither is Marco Rubio. They're just hanging on while Iran dictates what they're gonna do. Iran isn't even talking shit. They're just doing what they want to do. They're just leaving the shit talking to Donald Trump, who just looks like a fool. So we had a bunch of Supreme Court decisions today. Some good, some bad. Some pleasant to someone like me, some not so pleasant. So Supreme Court upholds Mississippi law counting late arriving mail ballots. So essentially they're upholding states' rights here. If a ballot is time stamped, what do they call it? Postmarked before the day that before election day, it can still be counted, is the upshot of this. And Trump is just not going to get his way on, results need to be finished on election day. Everything counted. Not going to happen. He's going to have to go back and try again. I don't think he's going to be successful. So next up, Supreme Court expands Trump's power over the federal bureaucracy. I don't know. They got rid of, Humphrey's executor or something like that, some 100-year-old precedent. Congress created a lot of these independent agencies, and Trump, the president, the president has not been able to just fire people outright because they're not political appointees. And I would have gone a different way had I been the Supreme Court. I probably wouldn't have even heard the case and told them why I don't want to hear it. This is something that needs to be worked out between the executive and Congress. Honestly, I'm not even sure the Supreme Court should even be dabbling with this, but they have decided that, hey, it's in the executive branch. The president gets to control people in the executive branch. Basically, this is something conservatives have wanted for probably for almost 100 years. They want the president to control regulations. And I really wonder if Biden or some Democrat had been in office, whether they would have even heard the case or decided the way they did. But for right now, it's basically saying the president of the United States can control essentially regulations. I'm sorry, not regulations. What's the word I'm looking for? Regulations, basically the regulatory, the administrative state. President has a lot more control over the administrative state. Now, the exception is going to be the Fed. Basically, they're saying the Fed is an exception. I don't know. I have real mixed feelings about this. They're basically taking power from Congress and giving it to the executive. And Congress has been fucking up for decades. So, it will be interesting to see when, a Democrat gets into office. Some of the stuff that's broken probably can't be fixed. But essentially, Lisa Cook at the Fed can't be fired until the president proves that she did something wrong. He tried to just fire her like a political appointee at the pleasure of the president, and the Supreme Court ruled against that. But this lady who is at the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, he can fire her. So I understand the reasoning why one decision went one way and the other didn't, but I don't agree with unitary executive because this won't be the last Trump. There will be other presidents like Trump now that genie's out of the bottle. So the other thing that went against the president, Supreme Court rejects Trump effort to overturn E. Jean Carroll's sexual abuse and defamation verdict. I think I could have called this one. They don't want to get involved in this shit. Trump's peccadillos are Trump's peccadillos. So let's actually listen to this one.
Supreme Court rejects Trump effort to overturn E. Jean Carroll sexual abuse and defamation verdict. This article is written by Lawrence Hurley and is read by an automated voice. There may be mispronunciations. Washington. The Supreme Court on Monday handed a loss to President Donald Trump by refusing to hear his attempt to overturn a jury's finding that he sexually abused and later defamed writer E. Jean Carroll. The justices turned away Trump's appeal in the case, meaning that the 2023 jury verdict and a $5 million civil judgment remain in place. The case arose from a federal lawsuit filed by Carroll in Manhattan, alleging that Trump assaulted her in the dressing room of a department store in 1996. The defamation claims relate to statements he made about her after his first term in office, in which he described her claims as a con job and hoax. Trump blasted the high court's ruling in a post on social media and vowed to keep fighting the case with all of my power and strength, despite the judges seeming to shut the door on the verdict. The president referred to Carroll as a woman I never met. Decades-old celebrity photo line, standing with her husband does not count. He wrote Monday, referring to a picture that emerged of him and Carroll after he first said he'd never met her. Trump's insistence he'd never met her was a part of her defamation case, and a jury sided with Carroll. This case is really against the United States of America and all it stands for, and should never be allowed to happen to another president or candidate to be, he said. He added, "This injustice cannot be allowed to stand." A spokesman for Trump's legal team said of the High Court's move, "The American people stand with President Trump as they demand an immediate end to all of the witch hunts, including the Democrat-funded travesty of the Carroll hoaxes." Carroll's attorney Roberta Kaplan said in a statement, "Today's Supreme Court decision affirms once and for all the jury's unanimous verdict that President Donald J. Trump sexually assaulted and defamed E. Jean Carroll. His multiple efforts to appeal that verdict have all failed, and today's ruling ends his quest to avoid accountability for his actions."
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how is he going to fight it past the Supreme Court? But let's see what this. You know what? This is just 40 seconds. Not even sure it's worth playing. So let's move on. We got more. Trump vows to continue fight over E. Jean Carroll case despite Supreme Court ruling. And that's it. Surprising review of fake case. Surprisingly, the Supreme Court declined to review a fake case. Well, you know what? Maybe it is a fake case. They just fucking like, hey, it's a fake case. We don't need to hear it. Let the verdict stand. So let's shift gears again. Hold on one sec here. There is one. Oh, you know what? There are a couple more Supreme Court cases. I knew they're out of place. So Supreme Court declines to hear Alan Dershowitz's appeal. He tried to win a defamation case. Basically, Dershowitz won a defamation case against CNN, but the circuit court overturned the verdict, and the Supreme Court refused to hear it. So looks like, you know, he's going to lose. That's it. Dershowitz is out of gas. And the last Supreme Court case, I didn't even know about this one. Maybe I heard about it and it's just been lingering for so long. But Roy Moore, the Alabama senator, who had some like really egregious not child, but it was like some statutory stuff when he was a young man. So Supreme Court rules against Roy Moore in fight over $8.2 million jury award. So let's listen to this. Anytime I get to hear about the man who tried to get the 10 Commandments, he's the dude who had the controversy over the 10 Commandments being in front of courthouses. So let's hear this.
Supreme Court rules against Roy Moore in fight over $8.2 million jury award. This article is by Abby Van Sickle and read by an automated voice. The Supreme Court on Monday rejected an emergency request by Roy Moore, the former Alabama Supreme Court justice who lost a Senate race in 2017 after he was accused of sexual misconduct, blocking Mr. Moore from collecting an $8.2 million defamation verdict over a campaign ad run against him in that race. The decision kept in place a unanimous ruling by a 3-judge panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, which in April erased a jury's verdict that Mr. Moore had been defamed by a Democratic group's television ad. Mr. Moore's request was denied by Justice Clarence Thomas, who was assigned to handle emergency applications from that region of the country. The ruling gave no reasoning, as is typical in such emergency orders. This is likely not the last time the Supreme Court will deal with Mr. Moore's issue. His lawyers said Mr. Moore also planned to ask the Supreme Court to rule more permanently on the merits of his case, but that they had asked for more immediate temporary emergency relief as well. They said it was necessary to block the lower court order from going into effect while the justices consider the appeal, arguing that otherwise it might be more difficult for him ultimately to get the jury award, should he prevail in his appeal. Mr. Moore's legal team argued that the ad involved a deliberate cinematic fabrication that branded Moore, falsely, as a predator of children at the most critical moment of a United States Senate race. Lawyers for the Democratic group that created the ad campaign responded that there was no reason for the Supreme Court to act now. They said Mr. Moore had provided no basis to show that he would not be able to collect the judgment, even if he should eventually prevail in his appeal. The lawyers characterized his claims as little more than his personal gripes with the well-established legal standard for defamation. The case before the justices focused on a long-running court battle over the 2017 campaign ad. At the time, Mr. Moore was running as the Republican nominee in a special election over an open Senate seat in Alabama. In the final weeks before the election, multiple women came forward to accuse Mr. Moore of sexual misconduct when they were young. Mr. Moore asserted that the allegations were false and part of a political attack against his campaign. A Democratic group, the Senate Majority PAC, ran a television ad pulling from news reports that stated that Mr. Moore had been barred from an Alabama mall for soliciting sex from young girls, and that he had approached a girl who was 14 and working as Santa's helper, according to court filings. The ad ran about 533 times.
Hey, Brian Nichols, what's that you were saying about liberals and family values? I'm sorry to tell you this, but conservatives have some problems with family values too. So there you go. So let's switch gears to Mike Johnson. Apparently, he's going to give Donald Trump a do-over. So let's hear what he's got to say. Apparently, he's going to send that housing affordability bill back to the president. And I think the threat is, hey, Trump, if you veto it, we'll just override it. But I'm not so sure about that.
House Speaker Mike Johnson said he plans to send President Donald Trump a bipartisan housing bill Monday, just days after the president abruptly canceled a signing ceremony for the legislation after Congress failed to pass his Election Security Act. Speaking with Fox News Sunday Morning Futures, Johnson said the 21st Century Road to Housing Act is a Republican priority for lowering costs for Americans. I'm going to send the bill over to him on Monday, and it will become law, the Louisiana Republican told host Maria Bartiromo. I certainly want him to take the biggest, boldest marker that he has and do that big Trump signature proudly on that legislation, because we're delivering for the people, and that's what he wants to do. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Johnson's remarks. The bill is the product of almost a year of back and forth between all four congressional corners and aims to increase affordability by boosting housing supply and homeownership. It passed both chambers of Congress with wide bipartisan support. Trump was scheduled to sign the bill into law last week, but canceled the ceremony until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America ACT, which I consider to be a national emergency. Trump's Save America Act would require voters to present a photo ID at the ballot box and effectively end mail-in voting. Trump has also said he would like the bill to include prohibitions on transgender athletes competing. But Republican leaders have repeatedly indicated the legislation does not have enough votes to pass. Congressional leaders appeared taken aback by Trump's signing cancellation, but Johnson on Sunday said he and the president have since met in the Oval Office to discuss the housing bill in great detail. We made a lot of promises to the voters, and we're fulfilling those every single day of this Congress, Johnson said. This is a big part of that because this will increase the availability, the access to more housing, bring down cost, cut regulations, do the things we know are very important for that market. The president and I talked about that at length. Of course, he wants to do those things. But if Trump does not sign the housing bill into law within the next few days, it would still become law unless he were to veto it. Congress also has the power to override a presidential veto. Correction: an earlier version of this report misspelled Speaker Mike Johnson's name.
I'm not sure how you misspell Mike Johnson, but they found a way, huh? All right, so let us keep moving. So advocates warn of wide-ranging implications of U.S. Supreme Court TPS ruling. I haven't read the article, but I'm actually kind of interested to know what the wide-ranging effects are. I suspect it's going to be, we're sending women and children back to Haiti, for instance, and it is a dangerous place. And it is not lost on me that there's warnings for U.S. citizens not to visit Haiti, but we're sending, people that are here back to Haiti. It's bad enough that American citizens can't go back there, but let's send the women, children, and the men back to a place that's obviously dangerous.
Advocates warn of wide-ranging implications of U.S. Supreme Court TPS ruling. By Joseph Stepansky. The Supreme Court's ruling, allowing the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump to do away with a special legal status for Haitians and Syrians, has sent shockwaves through communities across the country. Immigration advocates say the 6-3 majority decision allowing the Trump administration to terminate Temporary Protected Status, TPS, will have a resounding impact on nationals of Haiti and Syria, raising the specter of deportation and family separation, while likely leaving U.S. employers in the lurch. But the ruling is set to have more far-reaching implications, advocates have warned, creating a new tool to empower Trump's ICE deportation machine to take away legal protections and work permits from hundreds of thousands of people, according to Hector Sanchez Barba, the president of the Mi Familia voter advocacy group. This has been a defining element of the Trump White House advisor Stephen Miller campaign of cruelty, revoking legal or temporary status, taking away work permits and forcing immigration judges to dismiss cases to accelerate detentions and deportations, Barber said in a statement following Thursday's ruling. Here's what to know. What does the ruling mean for Haitians and Syrians on TPS? Temporary Protected Status (TPS) was created by Congress as part of the Immigration Act of 1990. It allowed the executive branch, particularly the Secretary of Homeland Security, to declare that it is unsafe for foreigners to return to their home countries in light of extraordinary temporary conditions, such as armed conflict, natural disasters, or other internal crises. When a country is designated under TPS, its nationals are granted temporary legal status to reside and work in the U.S. Haiti was first designated for TPS following the devastating earthquake in 2010, which killed over 250,000 people. The status has been repeatedly renewed, as the Caribbean nation has suffered overlapping political, security, and humanitarian crises. Syria has been designated for the status since 2012, after the start of the civil war which lasted almost 14 years. All told, about 350,000 Haitians and about 6,000 Syrians are believed to be in this status. Immigration advocates say the ruling will send TPS recipients scrambling to find other legal pathways to stay in the U.S. or become deportable under Trump's mass deportation drive. Given that both countries have been designated for TPS for over a decade, the decision also raises the specter of family separation, particularly for parents with children born in the U.S. Ending these protections for hundreds of thousands of Haitians and thousands of Syrians will tear families apart, disrupt workplaces and communities, and place vulnerable individuals at risk. Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR, National Executive Director, Nihad Awad said, "Many TPS holders have lived in our nation for years, raised American children, built businesses, contributed to our economy, and become integral members of their communities."
Well, here's the deal. Trump doesn't care. So, unfortunately, this all easily falls under the executive branch. Even the immigration courts, they're not like part of the judicial branch. Hey, not a damn thing that can be done about it. I guess the one hope is you keep it in courts long enough, or the process takes long enough to outlast Trump. But I don't even think that'll work. These people are fucked. And, much to the applause of Brian Nichols and MAGA, hey, this is the cruelty is the point. You shouldn't have come here in the first place. even though in the Haitians in Ohio case, it was a Republican that brought him here in the first place. But that doesn't matter. Gotta be cruel. Gotta be cruel. All right. So what else have we got? And this is unsurprising to me. Americans' pride in U.S. history and democracy drops, and fewer are proud to be an American, polls find. Hardly surprising. As I said earlier, MAGA and Trump have literally just driven a wedge into American culture, the American psyche. These MAGA people are cruelty is the point sort of people. They just took democratic norms and, bought a plane with the currency, a new Air Force One. These people are problematic. And the thing is the politicians, Trump is a symptom of the people that voted for him. He said what they wanted to hear. They just like, hey, you know what? This cruelty is something I will vote for. And lo and behold, they did. And now they're reaping the whirlwind. And by the way, a lot of these people who are, ashamed or not so enthusiastic about democracy are Trump voters who think democracy is overrated in the first place. So that just adds to that just puts fuel on the fire. So it says here, Americans have grown less proud of their country's history or the way its democracy works over the past decade, according to a new AP NORC poll. Americans' pride in the U.S. on several key attributes has dropped since 2017. Coincidence? Americans' pride in the U.S. I'm rereading. Pride has dropped, including the nation's military and its political influence around the globe, according to a survey from the Associated Press, NORC Center for Public Affairs Research. This poll was conducted in April as the United States and Iran fought over the Strait of Hormuz in a prolonged war that started with the U.S. and Israel launching strikes on Iran. New Gallup polling also finds that only 53% of U.S. adults are extremely or very proud to be an American, the lowest reading in the trend since 2001. Well, you don't have to be very proud. Being proud is good enough. Just proud is good enough. So maybe things will rebound once MAGA goes away, and it's going away. Trump is going to take it with him to the grave. So let's see what else we got here. Ooh, speaking of hate, we just don't have the pride in America we used to. Governing ourselves. Candidates of poor character are a problem we the people can fix. No duh. So I don't like Washington Examiner plays ads in their articles, but I'm going to have to suffer through it, unfortunately, because I haven't read it, and I'd just rather hear the AI thing.
Governing Ourselves. Candidates of poor character are a problem we the people can fix, by Jay Cost. This is the age of the YOLO candidate. Are you a terrible person with a clear record of awfulness? You would be perfect for the U.S. Senate. Democrats have found just that sort of guy in Maine. Republicans have found one in Texas. Both would be perfect additions to the large and growing cast of bloviators, morons, and preening hacks that constitute what was once known as the world's most deliberative body. Both sides justify these candidates along similar lines. Institution or policy has failed interest or faction that sees its demands as indistinguishable from the national interest. Our only response is to elect person of bad character that we like. And anyway, the other side has done worse. These arguments often have a ring of partial truth to them. Lots of policies are not working. Our system of government stubbornly resists change. And people are unhappy about the status quo. Still, a little perspective is called for. Our current state of the union could certainly be better. But it is not like it is 1929 or 1941. Or even 1968 for that matter. Inflation is still running a little hot. Education and healthcare in particular are too expensive. But the wheels are not coming off. And even if they were, do we the people really have the right to elect any random jackass to office? Sure, we have the power, in the sense that our system of government is premised on the principle of majority rule. If half plus one of Maine voters elect the guy with the Nazi tattoo to the Senate, he gets to go. But we the people have a duty to at least try to elect good people to government. That point often gets missed in our hyper-democratic age. Politicians always speak reverently of the American people, never in error. always legitimate in its demands, perpetually wise. But our system of government is a republic that seeks to temper the majoritarian impulse, as it can often be unwise. This is why our system has features like separation of powers, bicameralism, and checks and balances. The point of all this is to empower the people to rule, but reduce the chance they misrule. And while the founders did not believe the people would possess civic virtue to a heroic level, they did anticipate at least a minimal threshold of wisdom. As James Madison wrote in Federalist 55, as there is a degree of depravity in mankind which requires a certain degree of circumspection and distrust, so there are other qualities in human nature which justify a certain portion of esteem and confidence. Republican government presupposes the existence of these qualities in a higher degree than any other form, and in Federalist 57, Madison talks about the need to obtain for rulers men who possess most wisdom to discern, and most virtue to pursue the common good of the society. These 2 points about virtue are related. The founders did not expect the average American to always and everywhere perceive what the common good is. That is beyond the reach of most people at most times. But what they did expect was that the average American would be able to figure out which prospective leaders had that capacity. That was one of the great advantages of representative government. Not only does it make it feasible to extend republicanism across something greater than a New England town or Greek city-state, which are limited by the logistics of direct democratic participation, but it is also a way for the people to elevate the best among themselves. Again, to quote Madison, this time from Federalist 10, representative government can refine and enlarge the public views by passing them through the medium of a chosen body of citizens, whose wisdom may best discern the true interest of their country, and whose patriotism and love of justice will be least likely to sacrifice it to temporary or partial considerations. But all this has to start with we the people. If average Americans are not insisting on wise and prudent leaders to go into government, the whole process of representation malfunctions. The government stops reflecting our best virtues and instead represents our worst impulses. That means we should be supporting candidates that are not just principled, but also exhibit some of the qualities leaders should possess.
Well, in my opinion, this is exactly where patriotic education is going to keep leading the Joe Plumbers of the world by the nose. We're not teaching what civic virtue is. So how, in my opinion, it pretty much stopped probably with Gen X. So we have pretty much Gen X and everyone after Gen X, no clue what civic virtue is, no clue what virtue is. And I don't think that, it's, hey, we don't go to church anymore. Virtue is virtue. You don't need to, go to church to learn what a virtue is. And people like Ron DeSantis, this patriotic education, it doesn't fucking teach virtue. It teaches you that being patriotic is a virtue. It teaches you that sometimes critical thinking is not a virtue. There can be no difference of opinion. Democrats are commies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's, this patriotic education is basically an exercise in hyperbole. And it's going to pretty much ruin America. I think MAGA, possibly the worst thing to happen, because it's going to have long-term effects. And if it can be undone, I think America is going to survive MAGA, but it's going to be in a degraded state. There's no way we can undo what Trump and MAGA voters have wrought upon America, all because they didn't like, the status quo. Well, now we know where the status quo in comparison, better. Trump, in all honesty, is no better than a neocon, with this Iran war thing. It's more the same. He can't even drain the swamp right. Soon as he fucking drains the swamp and puts water back in it, it becomes a swamp again. This Lincoln Memorial wading pool or reflecting pool, it is a perfect analogy for the Trump administration. They just can't get it right. And no matter what they do, the swamp is going to come back. So let us move on. So I'm going to revisit something that I really didn't get into detail about, for extenuating circumstances. One thing I didn't get to mention, the 4 ladies with the 9 degrees, black ladies in Arkansas, as it turns out, black unemployment is up by quite a bit under this Trump administration. And that's problematic. And the MAGA blacks will be happy because it's black women that were impacted. And I'm just guessing, that the MAGA black response is, hey, they should have had husbands in the first place. That's what they get for being feminists with no T. That's how Nitish pronounces feminist. Feminists. They're feminists. Stanley, you're an individualist. Just it makes me laugh every time he does that shit. So this is 4 takeaways on black unemployment in Trump's economy.
What if you could get access to GLP-1 weight loss treatments
This is
percent
why
less than name brand
getting rid
prices?
of the Washington
100%
Listening to 4 takeaways on black unemployment in Trump's economy, a news story written by Robert Samuels and read by Brian, an AI-generated voice. Earlier this spring, I spent time in Little Rock reporting on a group of 4 friends, all women who have unexpectedly found themselves facing the same problem. They're black, educated, and unemployed. In a news story, the Washington Post examines how these 4 women are navigating this increasingly common reality in the United States. Along the way, data reporter Lydia Sidholm and I discovered some remarkable takeaways. An unprecedented rise in black unemployment. Black unemployment has always been higher than it has for white people, but not quite like this. At the end of the Biden administration, economists and civil rights leaders were pleased that the typical gap between the rate of black unemployment and white employment rate was narrowing. But the ratio began to increase rapidly after President Donald Trump took office, peaking at 2-to-1 at the end of 2025 and barely budging since. The only other times that gap has widened in similar fashion this century was during the economic shocks of the Great Recession and the coronavirus pandemic. The federal government's role. Trump vowed to save black jobs when he ran for president in 2024. But in his first year in office, the Post found that one of the biggest causes for the rise in black unemployment was his administration's policies. Cuts to the federal workforce disproportionately impacted the black community, where government jobs have long been viewed as a stable path to the middle class. Tariffs and concern that accusations of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion practices could draw extra scrutiny have slowed hiring. By December 2025, white Americans were largely keeping their paychecks. Black Americans were losing them. The president stopped talking about black unemployment. In his first term, Trump cited the low black unemployment rate as a reason that he had done more for the black community than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. In 2018, the Post found, he spoke about the black unemployment rate in nearly 30% of his speeches. But in 2025, as black Americans found themselves increasingly left behind, he did not mention the issue in a single speech. He finally mentioned the black unemployment rate at a June roundtable in Wisconsin, falsely telling the crowd that the rate was doing better than ever, and then adding he did not know from where the hell that stat came. College-educated black women are facing unique challenges. No one has been hit harder by this trend than college-educated black women who have struggled to find gainful employment since disproportionately losing their jobs. For black women in the South, this rocky stretch has forced them to rethink the American adage that hard work and an education would yield undeniable success. When you start seeing so many people in your circle, you wonder, what is it? Jamaica Cooper, a project manager in Little Rock who has been unemployed for almost a year, told me.
When it comes to the big questions, who you ask matters.
Yeah.
From breaking
Well,
news
here's
to
the
politics
deal.
that impact your life, to advice you can trust.
Yeah, this is why the Washington Post, the subscription ends on July 17th, and they're wanting me to resubscribe at a way cheaper rate. It would be worth it, but maybe I will, but I don't know. Here's the deal. I find it disgusting that a job is a bad thing. And these MAGA blacks, overwhelming majority, at least on YouTube, are men. Yeah, they're like, hey, that's what these women get. That's what these bull mammies get for thinking they didn't need a man. And most of those motherfuckers don't have jobs, obvious jobs, at least in my opinion. So YouTube should not be your primary source of income unless you're really that talented. And people without jobs, it's a bad scene. And black unemployment being this high is a bad thing. Even if you are a MAGA black. So next up, pretty much, I guess I should drop the link now. Let's see here. Their link. There it is. It's pinned. And I've been forgetting to stream to Kick and this is interesting. I guess I could do it now. But I'll hopefully I'll remember tomorrow. Kick and Twitch, I haven't streamed to in probably a week. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that I need to do that. So anyway, this is from MS Now. This is Eddie Glaude, basically saying "fucking evil." Eddie Glaude on Trump, Musk, and America's second Gilded Age, and then. As a treat, I meant to do it over the weekend and never got around to it. Trump did a rally on the mall, I think it was. So we're going to watch that after Eddie Glaude, describes Trump's America, at least from his perspective. So here we go.
America suffers from a kind of divided soul, this double consciousness. We imagine ourselves as a beacon of freedom and as a white republic. And you can't be both without depositing a kind of madness at the heart of the country. And then there are the folks who have to bear the brunt of the madness.
Hi there, everyone. There is no one with whom I have shared more of the history of the last 10 years on live television than this week's guest. From tragic breaking news stories to devastating political outcomes, to the daily dose of grief handed to the nation from the COVID-19 pandemic. This week's guest has put words to our collective grief like none other. He's also cut through the lies of the Trump era with epic clarity. And it is in that vein of epic, sometimes uncomfortable clarity that this week's guest, Eddie Glaude, joins us to discuss his essential new book. Eddie is someone I turn to on a weekly, sometimes daily basis to understand exactly how we get through this moment. His new book is called America USA, How Race Shadows the Nation's Anniversaries, and it could not be more timely this week and any week. So without any further ado, this is The Best People, and this is my dear friend, one of the best people I know, Eddie Glaude. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Nicole. You have me blushing over here. Thank you so much.
Well, you make me cry and blush on a near regular basis. And I just wanted to start with, I think we first met on the set of Morning Joe. And while everyone else was sort of chugging coffee and taking in whatever hilarity Heilman or Billy or, a particle delivered, you just cut right to the bone all the time. Where does that come from?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a professor, but it's part of what it means to be a teacher. But I want to just say that those moments, you always get a little bit of heaven in the context of ordinary time. And, our efforts in those early days and our relationship that we've established over these years, we've been doing God's work. And I feel so blessed from that first encounter to today. But I think it comes from, being from Mississippi and not wanting my mother and my father to yell at me for not telling the truth, and being a professor, I think.
But the truth isn't what it used to be, right? Like the truth gets shaved off from people wanting to please, not really the people that we surround ourselves with, but a lot of people who do this. Social media has changed how willing people are to tell the truth. Donald Trump has changed how willing people are to tell the truth. But you've never wavered, ever. And I admire that so much.
Thank you for saying that. I think two things. One, I have a job. I'm a Princeton professor. This is what I do. And two, the only reason why I think I'm on television, the only reason why I think I have a public platform is to say what I think is the truth. I think Americans are hungry for what the theologian Howard Thurman called the sound of the genuine. They want to hear it because we're so awash in lies. And so I take it as my task to listen intently, right? To try to bring the fullness of my bibliography, what I've read, what I know, to bear on a subject, and to think with others, to think with you and your audience, to think with those folks together. And I think we model something. I remember one time.
And I wish I could bring that to this panel. To bring to bear what I've read, my bibliography, that sort of thing. And it's just not well received sometimes in this MAGA black space. And it makes me sad, but not that sad. If I can't share my knowledge, I'll just mock you for not having the knowledge. That's very Trumpian. That's very MAGA. Why it's so unpopular, I don't know.
Nicole, we were talking about something, and I was going to reference the Bush years, and you said, "Let's go there," without blinking.
Yeah.
And it was an example of the kind of background condition that allows us to do what we do together. And that is to just simply speak from the heart and the mind to your audience every chance we get.
Well, just to pull the curtain back a little bit, there are days where breaking news intervenes and we blow up our show. But I think increasingly it's been almost 10 years since we've had our show. We want you no matter the development. And I think some of that relationship that you have with our audience was forged during the pandemic, where we dealt with what I think everyone was feeling, but no one was dealing with. And that was the collective grief. And we talk about that a lot on and off TV. I wonder if you can just sort of share some of what we talk about, how the country is still rumbling with grief that it's never processed.
Yeah, I don't think we're okay. We haven't, you have all those empty chairs around the kitchen table, and you got these rolling anniversaries where people who were once here are no longer here. I think it's something unique about the United States. We had the Spanish flu, and immediately we called it the Roaring 20s. We don't linger around death too long. And so you have all of this unresolved grief. I remember saying to you that something to the effect that what we've experienced is the privatization of grief. There were no public rituals, no kind of daily reckoning with our dead. And that's when, and I remember you deciding with the show that you were going to end every show by talking about someone. And I don't know, it was so heart-wrenching to watch you do it every single day.
It still makes me cry. It still makes me cry thinking about it.
Every single day. But it was part of, it's I think if anything I bring to your show and to television, I'm always coming from the moral angle, even when I'm talking about politics. The choices we make, the events of the day, the horrors that we have to report. I'm just thinking about our response. Our response to it all has everything to do with what kind of people we are and who we aspire to be. So I'm always trying to get that moral question, that ethical question on the front and center. And thank God you allow me to do it every time I'm on with you.
Thank God you come and are willing to do it every day and every time you're on. I remember, I think we were covering a mass shooting
El Paso.
In El Paso with the manifesto that revealed some racial animus and we were dealing with it. We were talking about ties to things that were in the ugly sort of right-wing media ecosystem. And you made the point that this is who we are.
What we know is that the country has been playing politics for a long time on this hatred. We know this. So it's easy for us to place it all on Donald Trump's shoulders. It's easy for us to place Pittsburgh on his shoulders. It's easy for me to place Charlottesville on his shoulders. It's easy for us to place El Paso on his shoulders. This is us. And if we're going to get past this, we can't blame it on him. He's a manifestation of the ugliness that's in us.
It still gives me chills. And I think it lived in that moment. It sort of stopped everything in the studio. I think it stopped everything on live TV, but it's lived on the internet for a really long time. Why do you think that cuts through still?
I don't know. I think it has something to do with, how impassioned I was at the time, how I was I think I gave voice to some things that people were feeling. And, you're like an amazing jazz conductor. You give people space to play, to breathe. And so you didn't interrupt. You just watched me kind of move through my emotions. And, I was writing Begin Again at the time. And so Baldwin came out in this way about, no. We can't isolate this. We have to confront it. This is us. And I can remember the next morning I woke up and, oh my God, it was crazy in terms of the reaction.
I guess what I feel with you on the set is that this is the only way to do it in a way that it's worth anything. And I think it's such a gift. Like, I think the thing about the phone is that all the news is there. And so everyone and anyone that watches the show is a guest in our house, right? And what you do better than perhaps anyone else is feel things with them. And I think the other period of time when I leaned on you more than just about anybody else was after George Floyd was murdered.
Oh my God, yeah.
And to talk about what it means to have a Black son out driving around the streets of any American city, the things that you say to them, no white person could understand that. They could try to learn it and they could try to be empathetic. But I remember you sharing that experience and feeling like, I don't know that I could do that. I don't know that I could put that fear and that terror out there.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk and we're worried about how it's going to land.
Yeah.
And so you have these filters. There's this inside discourse. How am I going to talk with Black people about this issue? How am I going to talk with you? And part of what I try to do in those moments is to just speak across those divisions. Okay, this is the raw feeling. I'm not going to be concerned about how it lands. The man cried for his mom, right? We all watched it. And, in some of those days, some of those moments, I teared up, you teared up, but it wasn't sentimentality, right? It wasn't just about performing our own virtue. And I think what's so important about us having those moments together, Nicole, is that ideologically, people think this is odd, right? There's a sense, our journeys to that studio from where we've come. And then for us to just have these moments where it's not about party divisions, it's not about politics, it's about the humanity of folk of the moment and for us to give voice to it. I mean, George Floyd, that whole situation, it broke my heart. And I don't mean that in any silly kind of way. I just like today, I don't know what to do with the reality that we're here without just simply telling the truth. And it seems to me that that's what you want me there for. And that's what I do.
That's what I need you there for. I mean, but I also think that, and I raise those moments because they're so seared in my brain. But I think they're the blocks that let people feel the horrors of Minneapolis. And I think that something about everything we've said so far today is that the truth isn't always what you want to hear, but it's never wrong because it's just the truth. And I think there's something about the humanity with which you covered other difficult moments that enhanced our ability to talk about the immigration excesses, which are the first and maybe most brutal and most public feature of Trump's second term. All of that credibility, I think, between you and the audience was built segment after segment, year after year, leading up to Minneapolis. Will you talk about covering the second Trump term with us and what that's like?
No, it's first I had to deal with all the disappointment, right? Because at the end of Begin Again, I said that the country had to make a choice. Would we double down on the ugliness of Trumpism, or would we decide to be otherwise? And the country made its choice. And I had to grapple with that. And then I saw the implications, right? I mean, do you remember Buffalo? Oh my God, we had to grapple with, Garnell Whitfield's his mother being killed and all the ugliness there. And then here we were in the midst of child separation. And then we saw Minneapolis. And so part of what I had to do is to say, okay, now this is what we chose. This is what we chose. Now, what does this mean about who we are? Right? Because it's always going back to the moral question, right? What does this say about who we are? My wife hates when I say we. And she hates, it's not us, it's them. I said, no, it's us. We're all in this together.
Well, we're all here. Yeah,
exactly. We're all here. And so the idea was to kind of really just kind of always trying to turn us inside out to see what's moving us in the gut. And that requires a confrontation with the ugliness, not a remembrance, but a confrontation. Recently, I said, we have to name the devil that has us by the throat. And if we don't name it, we can't address it. And it seems to me that I'm always trying to name it. Now, I get in a lot of trouble for doing so, but I'm always trying to name what has us by the throat. And so that's how I've been trying to approach this since day one. But we have been, Nicole, as the poet Gwendolyn Brooks would say, we've been in the whip of the whirlwind, and it's hard to keep one's balance.
So I say all that as sort of preamble to the first line of the new book. I do not love America. Explain.
Yeah, so that sentence, when I wrote it, I jumped up and started pacing. It was fear. I don't know I can't write this sentence. And then I said, but I have to write the sentence. It came out. So it's working on 3 registers. One, it's announcing that I'm very skeptical of the idolatry of the state. Love abstractions. You love people. 2, I wanted to announce that I don't begin where Baldwin begins. Baldwin says, I love my country, and because of that, I'm paraphrasing, of course, I reserve the right to criticize it perpetually. Instead, I begin with wound, which is the 3rd register. I grew up in Mississippi, and I tell the story. My dad was the 2nd African-American hired in the post office in Pascagoula. We lived in Moss Point, which was the black labor force to Pascagoula. This is Pascagoula is Trent Lott's district, right? And I'm playing with my Tonka truck, and my new friend, we were having a ball playing with those old Tonka trucks. And his dad came out and he said, stop playing with that N-word. And I had to pick up my truck and go inside. And the world, America, told me what it thought about me that day. And then my parents had to get to work to teach me not only how to survive it, but not to believe it. I don't begin with love. So here I'm asking that hard question, that provocative question. Why would you expect me to? Why would you expect me to love the country that's gutted the Voting Rights Act, that's redrawing districts, that's empowered a gaggle of white nationalists? From whence this expectation? So I give the question back to you. Why would you think I would love the country, given my formation? And that's an affront to some people when I ask it that way.
How has that been received?
Oh, it's been really weird. So some people will say, and overwhelming in some ways, some people will say, you should be grateful. The country made you, this is the greatest country on earth. You wouldn't be who you are. You're rich. Like, you teach at Princeton, you're well off. Your parents couldn't have imagined your life. America made this. Gratitude is the expectation. Sounds like J.D. Vance. And then there's, I remember I did this interview, Nicole, you'd find this fascinating. I had just been on a panel and a young man, he was an older millennial, was trying to ask me about the first sentence and he couldn't say it. He just couldn't let it come out of his mouth. I guess it was fear. And I said, and then I realized, I said, I guess I wrote the sentence to give you permission to say it. And you know what? Across the country, people have been saying, I had similar experience. I don't begin there, right? I love people, but I don't, this place.
Yeah, it's so funny that on one hand, you need to be grateful for what America gave you. But on the other hand, and it really, I'm being maybe a little hyperbolic, but I wonder, no one ever asks what what America gave Trump. Trump is his own man. He made something out of nothing, et cetera, et cetera. But for a black man, you ought to be careful. You ought to be grateful. You'd still be back in a hut in Africa or some bullshit point like that. It's disgusting. And, I find Eddie Glaude sometimes can be a little bit of a bleeding heart, but that's really more of an aesthetic criticism. The context and his content, he's absolutely right. And he is like trained as a theologian in part. So, the voice modulation and all that. But this is what a lot of MAGA blacks can't seem to understand. It's just, I'm not going to even go into all that now, but these fucking MAGA blacks, and I'll just be blunt, people like Seymour are fucking clowns, and self-absorbed clowns for that matter. And it's just, thank God I can laugh at some of this bullshit, but sometimes I don't.
And then when I say, a certain kind of patriotism, a certain kind of idolatry of the state sounds to my ear like a rebel yell. Because I don't know what kind of politics comes in tow with folks who wrap themselves in the flag when it comes to people like me. And then I'm giving people a permission structure, our favorite phrase, permission structure to kind of delve deeper into their feelings and emotions about their relationship to the country.
I mean, I think since you probably wrote that sentence, the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act. The Republicans are gerrymandering majority-minority districts out of existence, like not just messing with them, but eliminating them. And white supremacists like Nick Fuentes seem to have a platform and defenders in polite society. So it seems that the right is trying to tell you might have a point.
Yeah, because this, going back to the first part of our conversation, all the work that we did in the midst of a racial reckoning, which I use that phrase with you, and then here we are, and this is when I was writing the book, because I wrote it in this manic mode. I wrote it in 9 months, Nicole, and I'm trying to make sense of it all. I said, well, the only thing I can conclude, because in the blink of an eye, we're here. after all of the work we were doing, the only thing I could conclude is that people were lying. You weren't telling me the truth. You were performing. Because how can we arrive here so quickly? And that's that rage that kind of seeps to the top of the page, right? And so, I think the evidence is in. We're in a second lost cause. We're in a second redemption. And this goes back to one of the central claims of the book. America suffers from a kind of divided soul, this double consciousness. We imagine ourselves as a beacon of freedom and as a white republic. And you can't be both without depositing a kind of madness at the heart of the country. And then there are the folks who have to bear the brunt of the madness.
Why do you think J.D. Vance is so willing to write and say things that could very easily prove all your points?
Because he believes it.
You think so? He called Trump America's Hitler.
Yeah, but I think, when I read Hillbilly Elegy, right, there are elements, there's an application of certain kind of Charles Murray-esque like formulations to the white poor, but there's something about the way he's ambitious beyond any limit. So he'll morph into anything. Mm-hmm. But I think ultimately, I think he believes some of this stuff about the nation. When I hear him on July 5th, 2025 at the Claremont Institute, saying America is not a creedal nation.
If you think about it, identifying America just with agreeing with the principles, let's say, of the Declaration of Independence, that's a definition that is way over-inclusive and under-inclusive at the same time. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it would include hundreds of millions, maybe billions of foreign citizens who agree with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. Must we admit all of them tomorrow? If you follow that logic of America as a purely creedal nation, America purely as an idea, that is where it would lead you.
That's insane.
On the day after July 4th, we're not a creedal nation, he basically gave a blood and soil speech. I was like, this is, and he's part of the Nationalist Conservatives group.
Yeah.
He's part of the Claremont Institute group. And when you begin to dig deep into those particular intellectual spaces, you see what you see. And what you see is a kind of the intellectual scaffolding of a white nationalist agenda that he seems to be committed to.
Which is more dangerous, that and those adherents, or Donald Trump's, I think decades of smearing the Central Park Five and racist rental practices? Or is it the combination that's so dangerous?
It's the combination, because Donald Trump's kind of carnival barker kind of approach, right, has the kind of popular currency. But the actual effort to rip out the entrails of the infrastructure of the mid-20th century, to dismantle the good society, to dismantle the New Deal, this infrastructure of the civil rights movement and what came out of it. These people are engaging in a wholesale attack, and they have an intellectual rationale for it.
Which is what?
That they believe that the country is fundamentally a white republic. B, they are deeply skeptical of the overreach of government on behalf of folk who they don't believe to be central to their idea of the American Republic. And to be honest with you, they hold a view of the founding. This is a kind of small point, but they hold a view of the founding where America's perfection was secured in its beginnings. Any talk about more perfect union, right, slanders the American project. Mm-hmm. So we can't talk.
Yeah, I've literally heard of all people, Be Brave talk like this. Hey, he is literally like someone who has never expected much out of life, never, he's happy where he is. And at his age, he should be. He's still alive. But no, he's okay. Hey, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, hey, I have no problem with Black people as long as they accept their place, and basically as a second-class citizen. You know, as long as black people are willing to be like John Galt and recognize even a bottom-feeding loser of a white man is better than him, human value-wise, at least as an American citizen, hey, John will be his magical Negro. You know, that's what Be Brave is basically saying when he calls John a holy man. Now, Be Brave doesn't have the type of education that would even know the term magical Negro, but I do. So, you know, John is basically Be Brave's Bagger Vance. He's just like the magical caddy. And John laps that shit up like a Cheshire cat. And if you don't know Alice in Wonderland, that Cheshire cat, sometimes the smile is the only thing you see. And that is John Galt. A lot of the time when Be Brave is on the panel.
About Black folk or women or working folk or LGBTQ plus communities as being a part of an ongoing effort to live up to the ideals of the country. Because for these folk, those ideals were secured in the beginning, and that's all we need to do is to remember and restore.
But what's so nuts about that is that, I mean, that would leave 51% of the voting public out of, I mean, women didn't vote either. I mean, it's insane. And they obviously don't, well, I don't know, maybe they do mean that. Do you think they mean that?
Yeah, you know, there's, you know, when the guy, the heavyweight champion or whomever said, you know, Michelle Obama is a man. At that moment, you saw the convergence of two what seemingly are distinctive moments, but they're linked. So you saw the kind of this racialized body with regards to this Black woman, but also this fear of trans, because you have the manosphere in its ugliest forms on the internet, driving this muscular man, you know, this muscular performance of masculinity because they believe women are the source of the downfall of the empire. And you can see it across the board in the way in which that discourse links with Great Replacement. We're not having enough babies, undermining Roe versus Wade. I mean, all of this stuff is connected. It's hard to kind of draw lines, but the lines are there.
Eddie, take me through the anniversaries because, I mean, I've covered the Trump administration's efforts to whitewash and erase history as insane. But when you really look at our history, you can see that the first half of the project only works if you erase our history.
Yeah, so oftentimes we want to exceptionalize Trump just like we exceptionalize the South. If only the South would live up to the ideals of democracy, then we would be okay as a country. When in fact, as Malcolm X said, as long as you're south of the Canadian border, you're in the South. Right? The South is the beating heart of the nation. So they can't bear the burden of our sins, just as Trump can't bear the burden of our sins. So I looked at these, every president demands a past to account for it. So I looked at this, here we are, the 250th, all of this hell's breaking loose. And I said, well, why don't I look at these milestone anniversaries and see what's going on? 1876, Reconstruction is collapsing. That's a generous word. It's being murdered. And it's the first national ritual post the carnage of the Civil War. And this is the story that encapsulates it. The most famous American, one of the most famous Americans is Frederick Douglass. The most famous orator in the country is Frederick Douglass. He has an invitation to sit on the dais with President Grant. He's trying to enter the exposition, the Philadelphia Exposition, which was wildly successful. Millions of Americans came. A Philadelphia police officer sees his ticket and said, there's no way an N-word can be on the dais. And if it wasn't for a senator who saw his big white mane, Frederick Douglass would have never gotten in. But guess what? He gets on the dais and they're just sitting there. He's not allowed to speak. Instead, Grant talks about the grandness of the American experiment. We're no longer apprenticed to Europe and the like. Meanwhile, Colfax, Louisiana, violence. Vicksburg, Mississippi, violence. Hamburg, South Carolina, violence. The enactment of the Mississippi Plan aimed at disenfranchising Black folk and asserting these political coups that would take over the South, even though some of the states are already occupied. So that's 1876. 1926, oh my God. The Roaring 20s. the age of the jazz age. It's really the decade of the Klan. Our colleague, Rachel Maddow, has done such great work on this decade. But Klan, founded in 1915, reaches its pinnacle in the 1920s. Its seminal achievement, Nicole, was the Johnson-Reed Immigration and Nationality Act of 1924. Representative Johnson from Washington was a member of the Klan. Senator Reed from Pennsylvania represented a state with over 250,000 members of the Klan. At one point, the Klan had 6% of the American white population as members. At least that's some conservative number. And they marched down in DC, thousands of them, not from the South, but from the Midwest and the North. They even claimed that Calvin Coolidge would not have been elected president of the United States if it wasn't for them. Now, this is the key, the divided soul. The Klan was approved initially to have its annual convention on the grounds of the Philadelphia Exposition celebrating the 150th anniversary of the nation. They were going to celebrate the flag and burn a cross at the same time. But there was this odd and powerful coalition of Jewish folk and Irish folk and Black folk who blocked it. But the Klan was clear. They were invested in Nordic Americans, these people who came from S-hole European countries, these swarthy folks, these Irish folk with ambiguous allegiances. They were papists, right? They hated them. These were the America First people. They actually used the language.
Yeah.
And so that's 1926. 1976 is very different. 1976, I talked to Secretary Lonnie Bunch about it. He said in some ways the bicentennial was the commemoration for white ethnic America. So the children and grandchildren of the European immigrants of the 1920s who were seen as infestations are now claiming the revolution as their own. But the nation had to deal with all of the skepticism of Watergate and Vietnam and Black Power and the women's movement, the radicalization of the students' movement. So the bicentennial, which I was 7 years old, wearing red, white, and blue pants that my mom bought me, the bicentennial bore the burden of positing this consensus, Nicole. And I keep thinking about that image in Boston of the young teenager with the American flag attacking Ted Landsmark, a Black Yale lawyer who was just simply rushing to get to a meeting that he was late to. That's the classic image by Stanley Foreman of soiling old glory. This is the anti-busing protest in Boston. Again, the contradiction in full view. And we see it with each anniversary. And here we are in the 250th, dealing with the same ghosts.
If history isn't whitewashed, how would you write the history of this anniversary?
This 250th? Oh my God. I would tell the truth about our failures and our triumphs. It would be such a serious blues. Actually, the story of the country is told in the music of the book. I commissioned Joel Thompson to score the book. I wanted a musical kind of accompaniment to the argument, and he wrote "And Blue."
You know, in my opinion, why America is great is we overcame a lot of dark ages. We overcame a lot of ignorance. And, you know, in my opinion, we've actually done well in spite of ourselves. You know, let's just say creativity kind of rose to the surface. But dude, we've had some dark times. And, you know, this exceptionalism argument is contradicted when MAGA blacks or soul brothers, and, you know, their soul brothers will tell you everywhere had slavery. That's an argument against exceptionalism in and of itself. So the glory of America is we overcame a lot of ignorance, and we still have a long way to go. If you ever listen to like a CM or a Nightish or even, you know, well, most of the shows that are skewed towards a black audience that I'm aware of, of course, there must be exceptions. Yeah, it shit's just pure ignorance sometimes. Listening to MAGA blacks like Angry Man, dude, that dude is fucking obtuse.
And each parts of the composition constitute the epigraph to each chapter. And when you listen to it, it'll blow your mind. And so what you hear are these American show tunes and familiar music, and then you hear these blues chords, you hear the upper registers and lower registers of the piano going at each other, and of course the ambivalence that attends all of it. But if I had to write the story, it would be one that would look the ugliness of who we are and what we've done squarely in the face in order to release us into a different way of being together.
I'm going to be honest. If I had to write, let's just say Black American history, but maybe even American history, it would be a round table. It would be Imperious. It would be Brave. It would be John Galt. It would be Angry Man, CM, Knightish, Sharon, and who else? JP, maybe. I could think of several others. Anton, Corey Holcomb. It would literally, and there would be Orthodox guy. There would be people like I forget the dude's name. Who's the dude? Something Motorsports. It would be a bunch of fucking like rednecks and fucking MAGA blacks just up there. And what would happen as representative of American history would be what happens when you get 10 people who disagree with each other up on a YouTube panel. It's chaos. You know, no one wants to do one mic. Like, you know, everyone wants to interrupt each other. That's American history, in my opinion. And we're lucky to be where we are. So there have been a few leaders that have been able to pierce through the noise and, you know, lead us in a direction or make sense of it all. And so that's my version. It is very YouTube centric, so forgive me.
I said this to someone when I was on the road. I said, you know, imagine a couple that wants to save the marriage, but no one wants to admit the lie that's at the heart of it. If we're gonna get to the other side of this madness, we have to tell ourselves the truth about why this man showed up in this moment. And I think we can tell a thick story as to why that's the case.
I feel like
I'm sorry. And this is where, you know, I get a little just like, dude, it's not profound why Donald Trump is president. It's because his voters are pissed off that they are not, well, they're having to share power. I mean, how can a Be Brave be a senator if someone like a Barack Obama is running against him? We need the laws. We need segregation to keep a Barack Obama in his place so someone like a Be Brave can be Senator Be Brave. At least that's my interpretation. We need to take Barack Obama and question whether he was even born here because he's way too articulate to be a Black American. He must have some secret origins. He can't be Black. He sounds like a white man. He is clean cut and he is articulate. Why Barack Obama ever picked Joe Biden, you know, after that fucking comment that Biden made, I'd have just fucking like pissed everybody off and picked Jesse Jackson as my running mate if he would do it. But the bottom line is we're like we are. Trump got into office because we had Obama. We couldn't have another articulate person let alone a woman in office. That's why. Even the YNs, even the old YNs, like Ice Cube, dude, I ain't elected a black woman.
In public life, Michelle Obama is trying to dance with this story a little bit in the things she said, both in the opening of the library and in her convention speech. I guess, what is it, 2 years ago now? She gave that searing indictment of Donald Trump in the summer of 24 for Kamala Harris's nominating convention, where she talked about how she didn't have the luxury of failing upward. What do you think about her contributions to the conversation? They seem to exceed those of most people in public life.
Yeah, I mean, I think she tries her best to speak as truthfully and directly as she can. You know, the political consulting class has told politicians repeatedly that, you know, you don't want to trigger, right, the racism in the American electorate, so you can't talk about race too much.
Wouldn't you say since 16 it's been pretty triggered? By
No,
the right?
I
mean,
would
that
think
seems
so.
that seems insane. Like Trump's been elected twice, doing the opposite, like intentionally triggering.
That's why I love you, Nicole Wallace. But it seems that it still shackles the way in which Democrats talk about race. Everyone else talks about. So Michelle Obama is she's a bit more forthright than Barack Obama about this sort of stuff. And so I think it plays a significant role. But you know what? I in the book, I trouble more perfect union talk. And I do so for this reason. As long as we more perfect union talk to my ear, Nicole, sounds like a moral holiday. It works like Catholic confession. Right. That's all I need to do is admit that I've sinned.
Like a shortcut.
Exactly. I've sinned.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 10 Our Fathers, and then I'm okay, and I can go back and do whatever.
Go back to the bar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so we tell ourselves we're always already on the road to a more perfect union. Yes, there was slavery, but the arc bends towards, yes, there are women, and so what I want is a more blue-soaked orientation to the past, where we're not kind of secure in our innocence or secure in the end in which the country's journeying. There's no guarantee that this experiment will survive. And so I want that. That's what I mean by I want the country to grow up. And so there are moments when the Obamas, which I understand it, that's their brand, they have to traffic in the more perfect union talk. But in our current days, how can I put this? It sounds like 80s music. You know, it's like, oh, I remember that track. Yes, it was great. But it would never hit the charts today because the sound has changed. And so I understand the impulse. When I listen to Stevie Wonder's High Ground, yes, I feel it in my heart, but I know it wouldn't hit the charts today because the political lexicon, the landscape has so fundamentally changed in a way that I don't know if that orientation, although it cleanses the palate, is sufficient to address the gunk, the mess that we're in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the difference between, you know, changing the rug after a flood and like gutting the black mold from the walls and the foundation. And I wonder who does that. How do we do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think what we have to do is set the stage for this next cohort of folk to do. I've been on this 20-day tour, and I said, you know, I don't want to do to the younger generation what was done to us. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, well, I only have a short window to have a microphone and a platform because the baby boomers never left. They suck up so much oxygen.
Yeah.
And so part of our task, I think, is to clear the underbrush, is to take out all of the stuff that's been underwater, soaked, ruined, so that the millennials and the Gen Zers can come in and gut the house and do what's needed to be done to actually get us to the other side of this.
Do you see people doing that? Do you see people in our politics that give you hope?
No names jump off the page immediately. I mean, you mentioned Mamdani, and immediately people think you're a socialist, and I hate these labels. I just want people to try to address the circumstances of folk. We're drowning in greed and selfishness and hatred, and politicians manipulate those three things repeatedly. And I just want somebody, whether it's Dave Jolly in Florida or whether it's Mamdani in New York, I don't give a damn where you are in the ideological spectrum. I just want you to address the circumstances of everyday ordinary folk.
I find the two senators from Georgia
Ossoff and Warnock, yeah.
And they're totally different, but they're talking differently than everybody else. And they're not falling into any of the traps you're talking about. And they're dealing, Ossoff with his focus on corruption and really trusting the audience to understand the details of the grift, really putting detailed information on the theft of the American taxpayer that is underway from Donald Trump. And then Senator Warnock seems to be speaking the moral language that you and I are talking about and that you always do. They seem to be really, communicating differently right now than anybody else.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that for sure. There's the challenge, of course, is of aligning one's rhetoric with one's policy positions.
Mm-hmm.
I remember with the Biden administration, hearing the Tulsa speech, going, oh shit, this is different.
Millions of white Americans belong to the Klan, and they weren't even embarrassed by it. They were proud of it. And that hate became embedded systematically and systemically in our laws and our culture. We do ourselves no favors by pretending none of this ever happened. We should know the good, the bad, everything. That's what great nations do. They come to terms with their dark sides.
Mm-hmm.
This is
just that he went was different, right?
It was different across the board. And the one thing about Tulsa, it cannot be assimilated into a progressive narrative because it's just violence, raw cruelty. And so I was like, this is different. And then you align it with policies and you say, but we're still in this space. I think what we have to do on the Democratic side, we have to leave the third way behind. The legacy of the DLC has to be put aside because if we're going to do an autopsy of how we got to this moment, we need to understand everything that fertilized the soil that produced it.
What do you mean?
I think the triangulation, the shift from working people to Silicon Valley, the Democratic Party becoming basically Rockefeller Republicans. This is paraphrasing Clinton at one point, Bill Clinton, that is. We find ourselves in this moment because of a kind of capitulation to corporate interests overrunning democratic processes. And both parties are complicit. Underneath that, of course, is people suffer. And then when people suffer, they reach for the scapegoat. They always have. And we have a ready at hand scapegoat in the United States.
Well, I think of it as the evidence of failure is so abundant, right? You get in trouble because I think people attach politicians and people to it. But if you just step back, if you live in New York City and you see the excess and the sort of evidence of the billionaire class is everywhere. The disparity between the uber rich and people who could barely get by is so glaring. Who's missing it and who thinks this is working and for whom is it working?
I think, we say that Mark Twain said it, but we're not sure he said it. But history doesn't repeat itself. It damn sure rhymes.
Yeah.
We're in the second Gilded Age.
Yeah.
But it's actually worse. The idea that a trillionaire That's fucking evil to me.
And like, why was he in charge of USAID? Like, what would a trillionaire possibly know about a program that Democrats and Republicans used as a lever of soft power for the United States of America to make Americans safer all over the world, to make American troops safer all over the world? He destroyed it in like an afternoon.
Yeah,
Why?
and think about all the death and destruction that followed it.
Right.
Think about what happened with that happened with Doge and what they unleashed. All of those government workers, particularly Black women, who in a blink of an eye lost their middle class footing. And this guy's a trillionaire. But you know what's interesting about the end of the 19th century in this moment? You had the Gilded Age, oligarchs seizing power.
Mm-hmm.
You had imperial imagination of the country. Our greatest export isn't just simply baseball. At the moment in which Jim Crow was being solidified in the South, America was exporting its racial logics to Haiti, to Cuba. It's this convergence of these historical dynamics that we're experiencing in our current moment. And I guess, like you said, you just got to be, you don't have to widen the aperture. The evidence is clear. Just look. But, we're shattering mirrors, as I say in the book. Ours is a time of shattered mirrors. We don't want to see it.
The book doesn't end with hopelessness, though, and so I want to spend some time with how it ends. Like it ends, it doesn't. I mean, the opposite of not loving America isn't hating America. Just explain how it ends.
Yeah, I want to change from a preposition to a conjunction. Instead of love of country, love and country. I love this place. It's my home. My great-grandmother is buried in Mississippi. My mom and dad worked their behinds off to make my life possible. Yes, there are wounds, but I love this place. I love the tradition that has made me who I am. There's nothing like listening to Al Green and drinking some brown liquor and having some fried fish, or listening to B.B. King or Bobby Blue Bland. I love being me. And that has everything to do with the hard work and the grit of people who taught me not to believe what this world said about me. And I don't need MAGA to appropriate it. I don't need some abstract notion of America to tell me how great that is. I don't need the symbol of the Obamas. I know it in my heart that this is what makes this place swing. Your country, as I say at the end, no. You hear us on your tongue in your English. You taste us in your food. You hear us in the music. You hear us in the literature. We make this place swing, right? And whether you know it or not, we know how we got over. I don't need an affirmation of that. But then this is this thing here. One of my students in my Baldwin course, going back to the Baldwin seminar, I started teaching that seminar that year. I gave you the syllabus. I've been teaching it for 10 plus years now. She wrote a paper. She was so sweet, Nicole. She was from Texas. She had young black woman. She had an infectious laugh. She just joy. But Baldwin was beating her up. It was killing her. Come in my office. Doc, I don't crying. I don't think I want a white boyfriend anymore. I mean, it was just existential crisis. And she wrote the paper, and she was charting Baldwin's notion of love, from Notes of a Native Son to Evidence of Things Not Seen. And in the end of the paper, she gave me instruction. And I read it. I wrote it in the book. It says, the last sentence of my student's final paper about Baldwin's view of love may serve as a balm. What remains, she wrote, is not hope, but something just as lasting. The insistence on truth, carried by love and lit by rage. She was telling me in that moment, Eddie, Doc, we need you to bear witness. Bear witness. And I end with this notion of love, because Ralph Ellison is right. Democracy at its best is a disinterested form of love. I don't need to know you to care about you and want you to flourish. But in this moment, no Pollyannish stuff, no sentimentality. Tell the truth with love, lit by rage.
It's so perfect. It's so perfect. Is that your wish, I guess, for what people bring into their reflections on July 4th?
Yeah, if we're not angry about our current moment, something's wrong. If our feet stand on solid ground in this moment, something's wrong. I want, on July 4th, they're going to tell a host of lies. They're going to claim the country as theirs and theirs alone, and they want the rest of us to shut up, be grateful, and disappear. I want us to show our asses. That's what I want. And that could be with barbecues, it could be dance lines, it could be no king's marches. I want the full diversity of the country, because the power of America has never been in the symbol, in the abstraction. The power of America has always been in its people. We just need to get clear on who those people are.
I love that you're one of my people, Eddie Claude.
Stop. Thank you.
I do. I could talk to you for 4 hours straight.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for everything that you do and that we do together.
Thank you for the book. It's a marvel.
Appreciate you.
All right, so I'm going to show this video that's kind of unplanned. I better remember to put it in the show notes. But to your point, Con, I think a direct comparison works. Trump and Biden ran against each other, one time. And I would say Kamala was kind of a proxy, which might have been part of the problem that second time around. But they ran head to head. Trump didn't run against a ham sandwich. So the direct comparison works for me. You can agree to disagree, but I think I'm right. Biden was miles better, even if he was senile. So there we go. So this dude has shown up again. Has popped into my algorithm. So this MAGA Black, this is the title of this is "This Ex-Nazi Recruiter Exposed BLM by Accident." So the point is BLM is bad, but we had to go to a Nazi to find out. This dude is a weirdo.
This video I'm about to show you is from an old school neo-Nazi recruiter, and he explains the tactics he would use in order to recruit young men to the movement. Now, while you're watching this, ask yourself this question. Doesn't this sound exactly like the same tactics used by the organization Black Lives Matter, particularly against young black men? And doesn't this sound like the tactics now being used by people like Nick Fuentes, Joel Webbin, even Tucker Carlson against frustrated young white men?
Recruiting a neo-Nazi was 2 steps, basically. The first step was to get this kid to identify as white. Typically, if I have an archetype called Joe Pissed Off White Kid. If I'm talking to Joe Pissed Off White Kid, the first thing I have to do is convince him that he's a white man, and that's how he should identify himself. In the late 80s, most people racialized as white didn't identify themselves as white. If I asked Joe who he was, he would say, I'm American. So I have to stop him in his tracks and be like, listen, white man, whether you like it or not, the enemies of our people identify you as white. You don't have a choice about that. I have to get that across to this kid, and he has to buy into it before I can proceed to step 2, which is to make him feel persecuted because he's white. So I had to concoct things about how white people are oppressed. And once I could get him to buy into that he is white and he's oppressed because of it, now he's a white nationalist. Now he's a neo-Nazi. If you're a teenager who has a history of trauma in your family, if you're living in poverty, if whatever you have going wrong, the more things wrong you have, the more openings there are for neo-Nazi ideology to take hold. And so that was how we recruited these kids. Was we blamed all their problems on Jews, and then they said, if you join us, we're going to fight back against that, and we're going to take our country back and take our lands back, and everything. You'll have all sorts of women crawling all over you. You'll be a white warrior. It'll be great.
Whether you spin it towards white people or black people or anybody in between, all this is critical race theory or critical consciousness. In other words, woke.
it does sound very similar to wokeness. It sounds very similar to a lot of the black folks that I know who kind of all they do is identify as black first. That's the main thing. Is like, if we identify as black and white people are basically the enemy or are not to be trusted, or they've done all these things to us. And that becomes the reason why you hear black people saying things that sound like racist rhetoric. I mean, it's almost a mirror. And so when I see white people saying some of the same things, and I don't watch any of the folks that he's talking about, really, I think I used a clip from Nick Fuentes in a previous video, but I don't really pay attention to these guys that much. So I don't know how close, I don't know if I would consider Nick Fuentes a Nazi or white supremacist or any of those kinds of things. I don't look at them enough or pay them enough attention to know. But I do think that there is the same kind of set of circumstances you see with any victimized group or so-called victimized group. Like if you see LGBTQ people or women and anybody who thinks of themselves as a victim, they can easily begin to hate the group. Like for women, it's men. They start to dislike men and they start to say a lot of things that are anti-man. That kind of thing just goes hand in hand with victimhood, in my opinion. And that's where I think that this guy is probably correct. I think there is some amount of wokeness embedded in this, and some people may disagree, but I feel like that he's probably correct. And what we see from the black community is kind of a mirror image of what you see in these white nationalist groups. There are plenty of black nationalist groups that work the same way. It's just like, oh, these people are the enemy. These people have oppressed you. These people are doing something wrong, and that's why they're the enemy. It all boils down to which group feels like a victim, apparently. And so do you want to be a victim or do you not? I personally don't want to think of myself as a victim. I don't want to hate an entire group based on some of the actions that certain people from the group did, even if the majority of them are doing something wrong. I don't just tend to think that everybody is wrong. Now, that doesn't mean that I can't recognize patterns and see that these people are probably less safe than this other group. I mean, that's just the way it is. And hopefully there are other signs other than just the person's color, the color of a person's skin or something like that. But
let me help this idiot out. I think if you join a neo-Nazi group, you're probably a horrible person. No one joins a neo-Nazi group given history and our study or supposed study of history. You don't join neo-Nazis because you're a good person. BLM, maybe. I'd be way more willing to give someone who joined BLM, given the whole George Floyd and then, the other instances of police misconduct and outright brutality. I'm more willing to give a BLM member or less willing to call them a horrible person than I would be someone who joined a neo-Nazi group. It really doesn't get more, it doesn't get more complicated than that. Except this dude is just gonna, it's like a weird point he's trying to make. Exposed BLM's what exactly?
I often can tell a group of bad people, whether they're white, black, or otherwise. It's usually kind of obvious to me based on how they're dressing, how they carry themselves, how they talk. All those things are going to basically let me know whether a person is probably safe or not. Now, I will say this. There are some people who are pretty good at faking seeming like good people. People are going around wearing UPS gear and pushing in, breaking in and robbing people or killing people and robbing them. So, you know, that's not to say just trust people willy-nilly. Be very careful and, you know, be hyper aware of people from certain groups. If they look at a place or they're doing something that you should be skeptical of. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but don't just go grab a gun and go shooting people without knowing what you're dealing with first. You know what I'm saying? Just be safe, but don't be crazy, I guess is the thing that I would say. So yeah, for that, I kind of agree with this guy.
Yeah, that's not a whole lot of critical thinking. But you know, maybe it was an off day. So this is where I was gonna go next. We're gonna give the people what they want. If I can figure out what they want is. Give me one sec here. Let's see. I didn't get a chance to watch President Trump's little rally. I think it was on the mall, the National Mall, something like the Great American Fair or whatever it's called, State Fair. So this is a couple hours, and I may not make it all the way through because I'm sure there are going to be other speakers. But this is America 250, President Trump rally at the Great American State Fair. So dude's doing a political rally at in approximation of this state fair, of a state fair on the National Mall. Very Hitler-esque.
How absolutely exciting and historic is it to be here right now in this moment to celebrate America's 250th birthday. It's known as our semi-quincentennial, which I know is quite a mouthful. I'm sure there are many of you who remember our bicentennial celebration in 1976, right? Well, I was a very, very, very little girl. And although I don't recall every detail of that very special Independence Day, I will never forget celebrating it with my family on the Jersey Shore. Small flag in one hand, sparkler in the other, fireworks overhead, surrounded by friends and neighbors. I remember then how deeply proud I felt to be an American. And that feeling has never, ever left me. Now, here we are 250 years after 1776. It is such an honor to pass on that tremendous sense of pride and patriotism to the next generation of young and young at heart Americans, and to welcome all of you to the kickoff celebration of a truly once-in-a-lifetime event, the Great American State Fair. In the coming days, visitors from all 50 states and all over the world will come to our sparkling capital city to experience the National Mall like never before. And while they are here, they will form lifelong memories of America's big 250th birthday party and gain a renewed sense of pride in our exceptional country. From the moment these gates here open at 10 a.m. each morning to late at night each beautiful summer evening, this is the premier destination for you and for your loved ones to commemorate our 250th. Here in the heart of our nation's capital, you are not only steps away from iconic monuments, museums, and memorials. During the Great American State Fair, You will experience everything from that magnificent Ferris wheel to get a fantastic view of Washington, D.C., to movie screenings, rodeos, concerts, military flyovers, and a roaring patriotic spirit that will bring America's 250th to life for every member of the family. And you know, the celebration doesn't stop here. This birthday party will continue from sea to shining sea. In the coming days, our nation will enjoy an iconic Mount Rushmore celebration, an international parade of majestic ships in New York, and of course, the biggest fireworks display of all time right here on July 4th. These events are so much more than just dates on a calendar. This is a moment that will inspire a new era of American greatness as we honor our extraordinary history, cherish our God-given freedoms, and look to the future with optimism, excitement, and yes, love of country. This movement, uniting our country to commemorate its 250th birthday, has no greater champion than President Donald J. Trump. None of this would have been possible without him and his tremendous leadership and vision to make this great celebration possible.
Jesus Christ, they have to mention the leadership part, or else he'll get mad.
For all Americans. Now, we have a very special evening ahead as we launch the fair and pay tribute to all 56 states and territories with grandeur, ceremony, inspiration, and of course, fun. So please enjoy the sights and sounds of America's big birthday party on this absolutely gorgeous summer night, and welcome to the Great American State Fair. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 55th United States Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, and the 33rd United States Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins.
Yeah, I'm skipping through the bullshit. Let's get to the good stuff. Yep, that's not Trump. Let's see, who is that? Nope, that's not Trump. Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary. Who's this dude? Oh, that's is that the dude who's the UFC guy? Uninterested. Music. That's interesting. She's a what, E6. Let's see. There's the flyover of a B-2 bomber and can't tell what those are. The fighters. More singing. More singing. Trump obviously didn't speak that long. Let's see. We're at 146, so he didn't speak that long. So here we go. Oh, yeah, you'll get that.
And 10 days.
All right.
Well,
So here's Trump.
Well, thank you, Lee, and hello, Washington, and a very big hello to America. Thank you. And 10 days from now, our country will celebrate one of the most monumental milestones in human history. We will mark 250 years of glorious American freedom. In 1776, our founding fathers met in Philadelphia and changed the world forever and ever with a thing called the Declaration of Independence. They proclaimed the eternal truth that we are endowed by our Creator with the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We all made, and you know that, free and equal by the hand of Almighty God. Those timeless American principles did not just win a revolution, but they built us into the greatest, strongest, and most exceptional nation the world has ever known. There has never been anything like the United States of America, and together we are making it bigger and better and stronger and far more exceptional than ever before. Today, we have the largest economy on earth. We have the strongest military on earth. We have the most powerful technology on earth. We have the greatest culture on earth. And above all, we have the greatest people on earth. Greatest. Tonight, as we stand on the edge of our 250th year of independence, I am thrilled to declare that America is back. As you know very well, a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're respected by everybody. Nobody's laughing at us anymore. 2 years ago, they were laughing. Now, we're the most respected anywhere. Think of it, anywhere in the world. Where were we 2 years ago? We weren't respected. We were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. Most powerful country in the world. But just like those patriots of 1776, over the past 17 months, we have taken power back from the far-off political class. They're trying to gain it back, but it's not going to happen. We have reclaimed our sovereignty, regained our liberty, restored our prosperity, and we have saved our country. In all things, we're once again putting a thing called America first.
Dude, listen to this motherfucker just ignore the reality. Dude, he has caused way more problems than he ever solved. You know, next July 4th, there might be an Iranian drone flyover because they might fucking just take over the country. Donald Trump is not doing well as a wartime president.
Last week, we signed a historic agreement to end the conflict with Iran, fully open the Strait of Hormuz, and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's done. And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, today Iran has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capacity, no missile.
But the war is still going on. They have no missile capacity. They have no Navy, but they're still launching strikes on U.S. targets in Bahrain and other places. Dude, this is a whole crowd of people that don't read newspapers. They just listen to Fox News. I don't know if y'all remember a movie called Minority Report, but they had those precogs or whatever they were called in that pool of water with tubes. That's what MAGA voters are like. They're just laying there in a warm, they're laying there in a warm bath with tubes, just with hoses from tubes just leading into their brains, just feeding them a diet of vitamin complexes and propaganda. Trump is not in control of this war. Iran's the tail wagging the MAGA dog.
No launches, no manufacturing, and their leadership has been obliterated. And for the first time in 3,000 years, we are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in the Middle East. Since the agreement, the stock market and your 401ks are skyrocketing upward, and oil prices are plummeting downward. Today, it hit a new low, and the world is a much safer place. We had to make that little journey to Iran to do what we did.
So oil prices hit a new low for what? The last, year? Dude, listen to these people. A new low? These people are just eating what Donald Trump is shedding. It's like, was it Island of Dr. Moreau? What was the one where the human caterpillar? They're just eating Donald Trump's shit. Whatever he shits, they're going to eat and pretend it's nutritious.
Very soon, you'll be at $2.50 a gallon for gasoline. And even lower than that, just like it was before we took the nuclear weapon away from Iran, and it will be away from Iran for a very long time. Forever, really. In my first term, I rebuilt our military and created the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in history. And now we are going to blow that away. We're doing better, much better than even the first term. America's 250th year is set for an economic boom, the lights of which no nation has ever seen before. No nation has ever been in the place that we are right now. In 4 long years of the last administration, which was a total disaster, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. That's less than $1 trillion in 4 years. In my first 11 months, we secured commitments for $19.1 trillion of new investment from all over the globe, and they're building.
We're going to need the money that he's bringing in to pay to replenish our stockpile.
Factories and plants, and they're building everything all over our country. The stock market is set 73 all-time record highs since the election, and more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Thank you. On the 4th of July, 1 year ago, I signed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, and the largest regulation cuts in American history by far. In the American Revolution, they had a saying, no tax on tea. But with the great big beautiful bill, we did even better. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans. You go out and buy an automobile, the interest on the loan is fully tax deductible, never happened before, but only if the car happens to be made in America. And we're setting records in automobile construction. Our country is strong again, our country is wealthy again, and our country is safe again. In January 2025, we inherited the worst, most dangerous, most wide open and insecure border in history. And we have quickly turned it into the strongest, most secure border in the history of our country. For the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. We're removing murderers, gang members, drug dealers, and dangerous criminals by the thousands. They came in through a ridiculous open border. I want to say a very special thanks to all of the men and women who have helped liberate America from this scourge, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. You are heroes. You are heroes. With the help of our law enforcement heroes, in 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 66%. Drugs coming in by ocean or by sea are down 97%. And Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest, most beautiful cities anywhere in the United States of America. For many years, our country was ruled by politicians who let America and its capital fall into decline and total disrepair. The city named in honor of General George Washington was turned into a national disgrace, but not anymore. Today, the homeless encampments.
Do you think that Donald Trump might rename Washington, D.C. Trump, like Trumpington or something like that? I actually see him trying to change the name of D.C., or maybe it'll be Washington District of Trump. I just, for some reason, just got that premonition.
Are gone. The graffiti is gone. Since I took office, more than 50 monuments and memorials have been repaired and beautified. Dozens of statues have been cleaned and they look so nice. 22 fountains have been fixed. At Union Station, the statue of Christopher Columbus is clean and fountain. That fountain is flowing and it looks so beautiful. I just looked at it. Coming over, it is so beautiful. That white marble is nice and clean. There's no more graffiti stains all over it. The water is cascading at Meridian Hill Park. And I am.
This dude is so fucking surface level. Who gives a fuck about the waters flowing in DC? Dude, gas is high. Food prices, dude, let me tell you something. For those of us who cook, polenta is basically just cornmeal. Yellow cornmeal, just like Martha, what is it? Martha White, like yellow cornmeal. That shit is $5 a pound. I'm gonna want to make polenta, some dish that I ran across that I want to try and make. And dude, I had no idea that yellow cornmeal, coarse ground yellow cornmeal, literally 2 pounds, fucking $9.99. That's out fucking rageous. That's enough for me to think, well, you know what? Do I really want to make this dish? Because am I really going to pay $10 for a bag of fucking corn? Who gives a fuck about a fucking fountain in DC when I'm having to pay, basically it's grits, motherfucker. Dude, I'm paying $10 for 2 pounds of grits, and this bitch is talking about a fountain. God damn, this dude is wacky.
Personally, along with Doug and some of my friends, renovating Lafayette Square at the front door of the White House, and it's going to be beautiful and opens in a short period of time. And the reflecting pool that you've heard so much about, which is so incredible, it's been gruesomely vandalized by thugs, bad people. But soon will be looking as beautiful as it looked just 2 weeks ago. In fact, I looked at it just a little while ago. It looks perfect already. But we're fixing it. The vandals got to it. They've largely been caught and are being.
Listen to this dude. So the vandals put the algae in there. This dude is a liar. Just a fucking total liar. And MAGA blacks and their masses in this audience, they're eating this shit up like vandals really give a fuck about a wading pool. Oh, I'm sorry, a reflecting pool.
Prosecuted. We can't let that happen to our country. Can't let that happen. But it looks beautiful.
Oh, and by the way, I thought DC was safe. How are all these vandals just running about uncaught, unstopped, undeterred? Is DC safe or not? Are there vandals running about or not? But nobody in this crowd would even ask that question.
Under the Trump administration, America is once again a nation of self-respect, dignity, and pride. Under our leadership, America will also be a nation that dares to dream and to build again. We want to build again and dream again. The American dream is alive again. That's something that nobody thought they'd be saying when you went through that last 4 years of incompetence. For the 100th anniversary of our founding in 1876, America completed the Washington Monument, and the work began on the Statue of Liberty. For our 150th year, we built Colonial Williamsburg. Remember that, Colonial Williamsburg, how beautiful it was. For the 200th year, we built the National Air and Space Museum and renovated the United States Capitol. For our 250th anniversary, we are likewise building new monuments to American greatness to serve every future president and first lady. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world right at the White House. Right at the White House. It's going to be completed very soon. And just across the bridge in front of Arlington Cemetery, we're building a magnificent, really beautiful. This is going to be something you're going to like, a totally magnificent triumphal arch to honor the 250-year triumph of the American spirit, American military, and frankly, American competence. In West Potomac Park, we are creating the National Garden of American Heroes, featuring 250 or more statues of the greatest Americans who have ever lived. It's going to be beautiful. And next week at Freedom Plaza, we will unveil.
You know what? If he put some fucking gators in that wading pool, Washington, D.C. could be like a roadside attraction. Probably not a lot of people have been up and down I-95. There still is probably a place called South of the Border. It's basically just like a roadside tourist trap. That's what Donald Trump is turning Washington, D.C. into. Just like, hey, we're going to go see the Triumphal Arch. We're going to see the Garden of Heroes. We're going to see that Lincoln Memorial Gator, that Gator Pond. Donald Trump is fucking up DC.
The Spirit of 76 exhibition honoring the heroes and martyrs of the American Revolution. And remember, 1776, what a time that was, where we've come from there. What a date it is. It's a date like no other date. From Athens to Rome, from London to Paris, from New York to LA, and from all of the other parts of the world, the great civilizations of history did not wallow in aging ruins of the past. They built new cities, they created new monuments, and they forged towering legacies that still inspire the world after hundreds and even thousands of years. As America turns 250 years old, young by comparison to some, but superior to any nation that's ever been built, no matter how many years it took. We are the inheritors of these incredible traditions. We are the ones who are carrying forward the light of Western civilization, because this is the very beginning of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age. There's never been an age like this. There's never been an age like this. This anniversary is a time to be proud of our past, but it is also a time to lift our sights, expand our ambitions, and raise our expectations of what America can be. We will leave our children nothing less than the richest inheritance, most advanced civilization, and highest standard of living in human history. There's never been anything like it. But with all of that being said, the best is yet to come. Best is yet to come. I'm very pleased to be joined tonight by our great Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Mike, thank you. Stand up, Mike. He's been great. Attorney General Todd Blanche. Todd, thank you. Secretary of the Interior, who works with me so hard on the monuments and the fountains. He loves it like I do. Doug Burgum. Doug, thank you very much. Secretary of Agriculture, and those prices are tumbling down. They're tumbling down. We inherited a mess. Brooke Rollins. Thank you, Brooke. Secretary of Labor, Keith Sonderling. Secretary of Transportation, you heard him, and he's great. Sean Duffy. Sean, thank you. Our wonderful Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. Acting Director of National Intelligence, Bill Pulte. Thank you, Bill. FBI Director, Kash Patel. CMS Administrator, and he's doing a fantastic job, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Ambassador Monica Crowley. Thank you, Monica. And countless members, so many members of Congress, I will not go over the names, and senators, we appreciate that you're here. This is a very special night. Thank you all very much, the Senate and the House. As you know, over the past few weeks, America has been proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and it's setting attendance records and television rating records like never before. Who would have thought this was going to happen? They would say it's not our primary sport, but it's happening. And I want to just congratulate my friend, FIFA President Gianni Infantino. He's been fantastic to deal with, and he's very happy. Everything is a record. It's like having a Super Bowl every day. And I know everyone joins me in wishing Team USA good luck in their match tomorrow against Turkey in Los Angeles. Yeah. They're doing great. Every day of my administration, we're delivering one historic victory after the next for the American people. We're unleashing American energy dominance and drill, baby, drill. You remember during the campaign, drill, baby, drill. And America is now the largest producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia by far combined. And under my most favored nation agreement on drug prices, we are delivering the largest reduction in drug price history with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Who would think that if you took down 0.5%, somebody said you were a genius, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800%? Nobody's seen anything like it. We had the highest drug prices in the world, and now we're going to be having the lowest drug prices in the world. And you think that was easy? It wasn't. For decades, Americans paid the highest prices. Think of that. There's never been.
Yeah, all this is just campaigning for 2026. You can tell Donald Trump is struggling here. Okay, he has to keep saying what his administration has accomplished, and it's not much. Most of it is just blowing smoke. Dude, he's in trouble. This dude is so far behind, so unpopular, that he has to do a fucking campaign rally speech for the 4th of July. He doesn't even have the luxury of actually taking a holiday because they can't afford to. MAGA, dude, Donald Trump has fucked this country up in short order in a very small amount of time. And look at these people. Like, you see this older lady right here with the camera and stuff. Dude, this crowd is not engaged. They are not engaged with Donald Trump. He knows it, the camera knows it, and the applause is tepid. The biggest round of applause he's gotten so far is that, 0 illegal immigrants, which you probably couldn't prove, but let's just go with it. Dude, these people are just there.
In a time where when I took this over, the highest prices, and now just remember, you go to trumprx.gov and you get what you're looking for at prices so much lower that a lot of people don't even believe it's happening. We passed the largest ever investment in the United States military, more than $1 trillion. And this year, all made in the USA, we're going to be asking Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane and all of us, we're going to, and by the way, how good is our military? How good is our military? One week, Iran was essentially finished. In 1 hour, Venezuela was finished. And I guess we have other things in store, but we don't want to get carried away. Recruitment for every branch of our armed forces, so importantly, is setting records. 18 months ago, we had shortages, and now we have waiting lists. We couldn't get people to join the military. None of the branches. They were all dying to get people. They couldn't. Then the thing happened on November 5th. It's called a great election victory. And from that moment on, now you can't even get into the military. We have waiting lists to get into the military and to become policemen and to become firemen. It's really fantastic what's happened. The spirit in this country is like from a different planet from what it was a year and a half ago. In a flawless and breathtaking operation earlier this year, America's armed forces captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice. One of the great military raids in history, if you remember. And here at home, we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. We don't want DEI.
One of the greatest military raids in history. I think that'll go to Barack Obama getting Osama bin Laden. This was not the greatest military raid. Listen to this motherfucker trying to compensate.
And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And I signed the largest expansion of school choice in history. And we have begun the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education. Thank you, Linda. Because we're sending education back to the states where it belongs. We banned the transgender mutilization of children. And we made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. We got men out of women's sports.
So this dumb fuck is in the middle of a war, and he made male and female the official genders of the United States. Dude, that's like cartoonish. Dude, the people who voted Donald Trump into office, man, they are just fucking horrible people, and dumb too. Every single goddamn one of them.
We renamed the Gulf of Mexico after 350 years. They are 100 years older than we are. We named the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. and restored the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it belonged. And tonight, right here on the National Mall, we are beginning the most unforgettable birthday party any country has ever seen. Oh, you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a good time. This evening, it's my honor to officially kick off the celebration with the Great American State Fair. It's going to be great. It's going to be unbelievable. So from today through July 10th, this event will showcase all 56 states and territories. There will be no military flyovers. And I want to tell you something, because they're going to be beyond flyovers. There'll be something like you've never seen. You get just a little tiny glimpse of it tonight. By the way, how good is our Air Force? How good is our, nobody's ever seen. Those planes, they are serious planes. When the bad guys see those planes coming, they say, we give up. But we're going to have special performances, patriotic music, high-tech demonstrations, unique exhibitions, a FIFA fan zone, which is great, and it really has been big stuff, and even an old-fashioned rodeo. I love rodeo. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say, he didn't fill out the arena. No, I'll be speaking. I'll be very proudly speaking as we ring in our 250th year with the largest fireworks display in world history, 10 times larger than any that we've ever done in Washington or in the United States. So if you like fireworks, then in August, we're going to have what's called the Patriot Games, a first of its kind competition featuring the greatest high school athletes from all across the United States. And applications are open through July 10th. These are the best athletes in the country, young athletes. And soon thereafter, we'll have a Freedom 250 Grand Prix right here in Washington around the Capitol. That's the great Roger Penske. Roger Penske. It's going to be an Indy race that they've been trying to get. He said, we've been trying to get it for 29 years. We came to Washington over 200 times. And with you as president, we came here a half an hour and it was done. So we're going to have Indy wrapping around the Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's going to be amazing. It's in August. In conclusion, 250 years ago, a new nation was founded by farmers and soldiers, shopkeepers and tradesmen, who stood strong to defend their rights, their families, and their freedom from tyranny.
Listen to this fucking bullshit propaganda. I'm sorry to tell you this, but this country was founded by elites. See, he wants to call George Washington and Thomas Jefferson farmers. Dude, they were plantation owners, okay? They weren't yeoman farmers. And he probably actually believes it's true because he's probably never cracked open a history book for longer than necessary. This country was not founded by the middle class or the working class. It was an elite enterprise for elite reasons. The country was founded. This is the kind of schlock that these MAGA people will have you believe, and they probably believe it themselves. This was not a fucking country founded by shopkeepers.
Across the sea, from every city and town, from the mountains and valleys, from the backwoods and rocky shores, they came by the thousands to fill the ranks of American patriots and enlist their lives in the righteous cause of independence. That's what they did. This exceptional nation was forged and won by some of the bravest, toughest, strongest, most extraordinary people ever to stride the earth. Together we stand on the shoulders of incomparable heroes such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Paul Jones, John Hancock at Lexington and Concord, Brooklyn and Saratoga, Trenton and Yorktown, and at Independence Hall in Philadelphia. These real-life legends and American icons poured out their blood, sweat, and tears, and risked everything they had to purchase and to live the most priceless and glorious inheritance of any people ever to be on this earth. They all lived by the oath that Patrick Henry made immortal: give me liberty or give me death. For 250 years, every generation of Americans have taken up the same call to freedom.
Oh, by the way, Patrick Henry, wealthy landowner. Listen to this dude acting like Patrick Henry was like some, shopkeeper. Fuck no. Dude was a major land and slave owner, a Virginia First family member. These people will lead you down Primrose Path and not tell you the truth. Now, in his defense, Donald Trump probably doesn't know American history. He's just reading, what his speechwriters wrote for him. Dude, please understand that these people that Donald Trump is glorifying were not shopkeepers.
From the storied alleys of Boston to the streets of Philadelphia, from the golden fields of Michigan to the gleaming shores of California, and from Texas to Florida to right here in now beautiful and extremely safe Washington, D.C., our American ancestors fought and won the most vicious battles. They explored and settled the most dangerous frontiers and let no challenge ever break their spirit or their pride. They were proud to be Americans. They love our country. They look down on us now. They love our people. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the mighty Rockies, tamed the Wild West, and turned this continent into industrial powerhouses like nobody has ever seen. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built the great highways, invented the airplane, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism. We're going to have to do that again. And led humanity into space. And we did it all in the span of just 250 years. Now we are expanding the glory of American freedom into into a horizon that's never been seen before. We've never reached so high as we're reaching right now. This is our heritage. This is our history. And this is the destiny of America, to be the greatest, most incredible country ever to grace the earth. We are one people, one nation, marching into one magnificent future under our great American flag that we love and respect so much. And tonight we prepare to enter our 250th year. We are more determined than ever to remember these phrases. You've heard them many times before. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, America. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was real inspired by that. Brian, how did that make you feel? Is Brian Nichols still in the chat? And no, it didn't land at all. So where did you see Republic Tea Room, and was it interesting enough to have a look at? CKJ3? And Brian Nichols probably went back over to CM's show. Yeah, yepper. These people love a show. So you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have anything more. Let's see if there's anything out there that might be interesting. So, I don't know. I don't think. Well, let's see here. CM is live. I see a lot of people are over there. Interesting. I think this might be an early wrap. Let's have a look at this. We'll have a look at this sailing video.
All right, y'all. We're leaving we're headed to Biscayne Bay. Leaving what is this? Marathon. So, okay, today we had to stop on the way to Miami due to the wind started blowing a little too hard last night, and all right, y'all. So we're taking off. We're leaving this beautiful anchorage right here. I think it's like by 5 Mile Bridge, a 5-channel bridge or something. 5. Okay, close to Marathon. So today we're gonna try to sail and get up towards Rodriguez. We're supposed to be coming out of the east today, so like going us to shore, and so we should have a beam reach all the way there.
This is a really weird cut. Let's see where this goes. Huh. Hopefully they don't sail as bad as they as they're cutting up this video.
Try to outrun it or go around it.
Dude, you're not going to outrun a storm on a fucking sailboat. And you know what? You got to be way ahead of a storm and to actually know how it's tracking. Sailboats don't go that fast. You're not going to outrun a storm. You're not going to go around a storm unless you are heading like away from it. You know, it's going south and you're going north. You could probably go around if it's heading, you know, in the right direction, but um it's hard to outrun a storm in a fucking Navy vessel. Some of these storms move like really quick. So, like I said, I just hope they sail better than they do this video editing.
We're just about at the beginning of it now. But we was well prepared. You're right.
You better hope.
Yeah.
It's scary face. It's funny. What's up, Chocolate?
Here's an update. After the rain comes the cloud. After the rain comes the smiles. Yeah, just anchor, right? But I'm a little close to land. The worst thing for him is to be close to land. You know, close to where the boat can hit something. So that's where you have to be the safest. Even though you think, you know, oh, I'm good, you know, I can't die. You feel what I'm saying? But if you want what you purchase, you know, if you want your investment, then you have to know these things. You have to think about it. But so what we did to stay safe is we Bohemian moored. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. As you can see, I got an anchor that way, 2 anchors. So this bad baby here should be secured. She's sitting pretty still. We right off the ocean. Yeah, that's the ocean out there. And pretty much in the middle of nowhere. So you can get swallows from anywhere. You're gonna get a couple waves. Might be a little rolly tonight, like it was last night. But it is what it is. It's a great day in paradise. The boat is a means of travel. You're gonna face all different type of weather conditions. Hopefully, you know, you're smart enough not to go out in the worst weather condition. But some things, you know, you can't control, like a swallow. And while most people see them as the worst thing in the world, I just see them as a good thing that you need to be prepared for. Because it brings you one of the most important things you need as a seller, wind. So, I mean, you really have to just pick your poison. You have to pick your poison. And this is the condition. So we're leaving Rodriguez Key, which is over there. And yeah, we're headed to Miami. Enjoy the trip. Have a little jib out. Full main. About 13 knots of wind. 20 wind gusts. We're en route. Everything fell everywhere.
Oh boy.
Probably got about 7 hours to go. And yo, we're selling. Well, we're not selling. Got my number one captain up here selling. He's the man. I'm gonna show you who he is. Him. Yep. He's doing it all.
Is that the autopilot?
Good morning. So I am sailing this morning. I'm letting the captain rest. So yeah, this is it. I'm up. Okay. So we made it to Miami.
Yeah, we see the skyline.
Yep, it's right over there.
No motor.
No motor. All sail.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm what to say. This is more music than sailing, that's for sure.
Woo. We went through a storm. Halfway through the night. That's about what? We pushed through, so all in all, it was good sail. Sailed all night.
But this is the entrance right here in the Biscayne Bay. And we're gonna sail through here to the mooring field. Now check it out. Watch. No motor now. Still going. No engine. No engine. We gonna sail on up in here. Like I said. Trust and believe. Kid don't play. I got in here. I update you when I get up there to where that catamaran is. Come on now, we still selling.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know if I could take much more of this. Let's see. It's like Stanley come to YouTube every day talking about black women in a bad light. I would think to the story, love who you love, but don't waste your time on something you don't want. I haven't listened to her. It's been a while since I think the last time I ran into Republic Tea Room was a couple, maybe 2 or 3 months ago on CT's panel. She's been up on this show before, but it's one of these things. I think Republic Tea Room, and I actually think Ponder, to a certain extent, they get intimidated by a black man who actually makes sense. Like Ponder is perfectly okay with someone like a CM or a John Galt. But you know what? I'll push back. If I disagree, or I thoroughly think that both she and Republic Tea Room are just fucking weirdos in the end. Some of the positions that these black conservatives, these anti-black blacks take are just really just horrible. Horrible logic. A lot of it is just based on how they feel. Not fact-based. Like most of what John Galt talks about is how he feels or what he sees on the block. None of it's actually rooted in any sort of erudition. Let's just use that word. And it's the same thing with Republic Tea Room and Ponder. And when you point out some of the weird shit they're doing, they just get all defensive about it. Like, you know, the joke I made about Ponder marrying her stepdad is, from what I understand, she's like engaged to some white man who's like 20 years older than she is. And she's like, if she's right at about 50, she's well up into her 40s. Why is she marrying some, you know, older white man? And it's really none of my business, but they talk all kinds of shit about black men, but I don't know, just some of the stuff they say or intimate, or just kind of some of their logic just seems like, just let's just say it's unusual. What's up, EAE? You say you're depressed? Well, when you're usually in that state, correct? Depression is kind of your thing, right, EAE? So no surprises, no surprises. I hope there's something I could do to help, or if there is, let me know. So I honestly don't really have anything. If nobody's going to come up to the panel, she's 53 and he is 70. Well, I don't know. Maybe at 53, 70 doesn't matter. Make you feel good. Well, you're a great guy, EAE, and you might even you're being competitive in Words with Friends, so that's something. No, he's talking about Republic Tea Room. Ponder's probably in her 40s. She's no spring chicken. So once again, I don't have any agenda. I don't really think that nobody's somebody click the link, and I saw that Chocolate Earth was here earlier, or at least I thought she was, about 10 minutes ago. She's usually pretty cool for coming up and chatting a while. Most of these people are non-panelist people. You miss Lo? You mean Lolo? Lolo? Where's Lolo been? Does she not do her show anymore? Did she finally figure out that, oh, hey, I'm 23 and I need to actually be working? Sometimes it takes a minute for those 23-year-olds to get an idea that, oh shit, I can't be wasting time getting high and hanging out on the internet all day. I might have bills to pay. So I'm sorry you miss your playmate there, EAE, but she does need to work. And YouTube at her stage of the game may not be paying the bills the way they need to be paid. And Universal, if Universal's not gonna pay those bills, she might actually have to get out and earn some money for herself. So I know I'm being excessively snarky here, but I got to keep myself amused somehow.
gonna sail all the way up to the morning ball. Keep you updated. Yeah, so we coming up into the anchorage right now. Still no motor. What we doing? Sailing. To be continued. We got to make a left up here, then another left, and then we're in the mooring field or something like that. But shit, we might make a left, right. Left, right, left.
Oh my Lord.
Get on up, right there. Left, right there.
First there was Soul Plane. Now we have Soul Sail.
Get on up, forward. Still the same old thing. We still coming in. When you sail.
How long is it gonna fucking take?
Build some character, patience. Slow down and light.
Might have should have used the motor, bruh.
Came in, had to come around that corner right there. And headed up here.
Did you know that navigation gets tough at night?
We had a nice boat we had to miss. He in good hands, though. He in my hands, man. I know he worked hard for that. And there.
What's this, a drone? Guess he's got a drone. All right. So I guess he's just going to drone us on out here. And that's the end of the video. Yeah, hopefully they get better at the filming of this. This was, let's see, this is 4 years ago, and I don't know that they're still making videos. So, all right. So he's got CM level babbling. No, I have to say CM is somewhat better. What are my thoughts on Rand Paul on Fauci? I think Rand Paul thinks he is some sort of medical expert. Rand Paul is a trained ophthalmologist. He actually has an MD, but just because you have an MD doesn't mean that you're like a Fauci level expert. And I guarantee you, if they had something on Fauci, his ass would have been in front of a court or in front of a judge long ago. They don't have shit on Fauci. Whatever mistakes he might have made, none of them were criminal. Fauci's fine. Rand Paul's thoughts on Fauci are irrelevant. That's my thinking. What's up, Broke Genius? This is the first time I've seen a black man sailing on a sailboat. Well, I've been on a sailboat before. There's that's one of the things, Broke Genius. I just happened to Google it last week, and boating and sailing, it's a thing. So, funny, I'd never thought to Google it before, but there are a lot of pilots, like airline pilots who are black with YouTube content, obviously black sailors with content. So we do more than just sit on DJ Hamp's panel and talk about leadership and submissiveness and all that stuff. There's some serious black people who actually do stuff that's worth YouTube content. So, that's one of the things that I like to kind of highlight. So, I guess we will try this again tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm kind of running out of gas and content, and so we go. What is this? That's a butt. All I want and what can't get done. Yeah, most of the stuff that I have is going to be more like political stuff. So I think I'm going to wrap this up. I may go over to CM's show to troll, but I'm going to make dinner first and see how I feel after I eat. I may just go to sleep and read. A lot of times, what I'll do is just listen to a show and read, and hop into troll if need be. But it's Monday, and this is a decent start to the week. I'm right at 4 hours. So I'll be back. I'm actually thinking about backing up the show to maybe 3:30 or so. Because I think what's happening is I catch a lot of people on their way home, and catch them at the end of work. They get in their car to go home, and get busy at home. So it's kind of funny. Mondays are kind of dodgy. Like last Monday, I had like a bunch of people, flow through. I had a lot of views. And this Monday is, I'm probably going to have about a third of the people I did last Monday. So Mondays are a little hit and miss. And this is actually interesting. I see that Ryan Bardwell is back on CM's panel. So it might be worth going over there. I see Ponders in the chat. So looks like there's some folks that are going to be making up. So that's a good thing. Horrible people like Ryan and all these folks, they will literally kind of like blood. It will coagulate and form a scab. And that's what it looks like is happening over on CM's channel. So y'all go over there and witness the kiss and make up, and maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. So see everybody tomorrow. The return of Tardwell. What am I doing for the 4th? Nothing special. Is it Saturday? I'll probably do a show. Nothing real special planned. Last year I went home. This year, I won't be. So it'll just be me and my son. Maybe we'll do something, throw something in the smoker or something. But it won't be super fancy. And I'll know the closer it gets to the 4th. But let's see. Me and Ryan made a bet on. I said he would be back. Well, I think that was probably a safe bet. Look, probably, I don't know. Ryan probably isn't that welcome on a lot of shows. He may be in the chat trolling and stuff, but I think that Ryan and CM are kind of like, I was going to say bedfellows. They're kind of cut from the same cloth. And I bear neither of them any ill will. I just think they're weirdos. And, at least they found each other. No, you know what? I tell him to give it to CM. Right? What you ought to tell Ryan to do that. I'd love to see what his reaction is. So anyway, folks, I'm going to wrap this up. I will see everyone tomorrow. And like I said, I may see some of you over on CM's chat at some point. Yeah. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I